manager typically stays on during the meeting.
Yeah.
Fine by me.
It gives the
I
people a
don't
chance.
know that there's any rules, but
Yeah.
yeah.
It'll give
That's
the
fine,
people
yeah.
a chance to meet you, right? You know.
Perfect.
I am. Okay. It is now 6:30. I'd say it's time for us to call to order the Malibu City Council adjourned regular meeting of May 13th, 2021. This meeting is being held by teleconference due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we appreciate everyone's patience as we navigate the Zoom meeting process. Council members and city staff are participating from remote locations, and all votes will be taken by roll call. Members of the public can participate in the meeting or watch it by going to malibucity.org/virtual meeting. At this screen, you can click on the tab to either just watch the meeting or to sign up to speak on particular items. You will only be able to speak during the meeting if you follow the instructions at malibucity.org/virtual meeting. Once the meeting is called, no further speaker signups will be allowed. So please make sure you visit malibucity.org/virtual meeting early to sign up to speak and download the Zoom application. The city clerk will call on those who have signed up to speak when the item is called, so you must be present in the Zoom meeting to be recognized. Council members, if you have comments to make during the meeting, please raise your hand and I will call on you in turn so we can make our discussions clear for the record and the public. May I have a roll call?
Councilmember Fair.
Here.
Councilmember Pearson.
Here.
Councilmember Euring.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein.
Here.
Mayor Grisanti.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Wonderful. May I lead you in the Pledge of Allegiance? If you can rise, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which
it
it
stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. It's time for the approval of the agenda, but I understand there may be something that we need to pull.
Yes. I was contacted, I'm not sure who else on the council, by Paul Major, and this is item 4B, I think.
I thought it was 6A.
6A, I'm sorry. Item 6A, the Point Doom Community Services District, and there are some moving parts there, and Paul Major has asked that we continue it to the next meeting in June.
Okay.
That would be June 14th.
Yes, that was the request.
I'll second that motion you just made. Any discussion? All in favor? Will you call?
Mayor Grisanti, are there any other changes to the agenda?
Me?
Are there any other changes to the agenda? I haven't heard any.
I have not heard that there are any other changes.
Very good, thank you.
Bruce?
Actually, I'm going to ask when we get to an item that we continue it. So is this the right time to raise that, or should I just wait until we get to the item?
I don't know the answer to that. I think that you can ask now. Which
Okay,
one do you want to
I request that we pull to the next meeting consent item 3B6, and Trevor and I are discussing some language change to that, so we'll get it wrapped up within the next few days and it'll be able to be voted on next meeting if that's okay with everyone else.
I'm fine with it. There's a language issue. John, do you have an opinion on that?
I know that Councilmember Silverstein and Mr. Rushland have had several conversations about this resolution, and I don't have any objection to it being pulled, and nor do I have any objection with Trevor working with Councilmember Silverstein to get some language changes into the resolution.
And I'll second Bruce's motion.
So I think that what we had was a friendly amendment to Mayor Grisanti's original motion that was seconded by Councilmember Fair, if I'm not mistaken. Kelsey, correct me if I'm wrong there.
I think it was
Uh,
Karen's motion that I seconded.
There you
Correct.
go. Okay. Thanks, Kelsey.
And to confirm, Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein, you want to continue item number 3B6 to May 24th?
Yes, if Paul and Karen will accept that as a friendly amendment.
That's fine with me. Thank you.
Fine with me. Right. Any other changes to the agenda? May we call the roll, Kelsey, please?
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti,
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
motion carries.
Wonderful. Can we have a report on the posting of the agenda, please?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on April 29th, 2021, with the amended agenda posted on May 7th, 2021.
Thank you. I believe we now have a ceremonial presentation agendized as item 1A, a moment of silence in memory of Carol Moss. I understand there's a presentation. Is that prepared? Does anyone want to say anything? Bruce?
Yeah, I would. That was wonderful. When I was fairly new to Malibu, could have been here more than a year, I was invited by Carol as a stranger to come to her home to sit in a Buddhist meditation, which I did for a number of times with her, and it was wonderful. And this took me back there and was a nice meditation moment there. So whoever put that, I assume her daughters put that together. That was wonderful.
Yeah, that was fantastic. That was what a life. I mean, just amazing life. Our lives, as she said. Fantastic woman who did so much, and really, really well done, Steve. I think you had a lot to do with putting that together or getting it here. So thank you very much.
Steve?
My pleasure, Mike. Paul, did you have was there a presentation we were going to do for Carol? Did Kelsey and I give you something?
I'm going to close with something. Would you like? Am I on?
I think that probably is
Okay.
appropriate.
Carol Moss was an integral part of the Malibu community for 55 years. As a co-founder of CART, she helped people experiencing homelessness get connected to essential services, and she supported the city's efforts to address homelessness by serving on the Homeless Strategic Plan Advisory Committee and then the Homelessness Working Group. Carol was recognized for her achievements with the Dolphin Award in 2015 and a nomination by the City Council to be recognized by the LA County Board of Supervisors as Malibu's Older American Honoree in 2017. Her spirit and dedication to helping others will be missed. We will have a moment of silence in her memory. Steve?
Yeah, I'd like to add just one thing. We do not know for certain how long we're all going to be here. All we can do is strive at all costs to make a better world so that someday, if we're blessed with the chance to look back, we'll know that we spent our time well, we made a difference, and that our fleeting presence had a lasting impact on the lives of others. And that's how Carol Moss lived. That's her legacy.
Thank you. Karen?
I just want to acknowledge Carol had a big heart, and I think she had a very soft spot in her heart for the underdog. And that's evidenced by the work that she did, particularly with the homeless segment of our community. And I think we would all be wise to remember that going forward. I just want to acknowledge all the work that she did to help relieve suffering of our homeless neighbors.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, I believe we're at 2A in the agenda, where we'll have communication from the public concerning matters which are not on the agenda, but for which the City Council has subject matter jurisdiction. Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, you have 14 speakers on this item tonight. I'll read their names in order and then call them one by one to speak. They are Scott Dietrich, Judy Villablanca, Laura Zoloth, Joan Zoloth, Graham Hamilton, Tina Siegel, Joel Schulman, Shelley Smith, Elliot Schunman, Pamela Conley-Ulick, John Mazza, Craig Hill, Georgia Goldfarb, and Stephanie Lands. We'll hear from Scott Dietrich first.
Thank you. Are you there, Scott?
Unmute. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Thank you. It's difficult to follow that tribute and all Carol did. But I think there's something that we have to face as a city. We saw over the weekend the MRCA taking down a fence between Carbon and La Costa beaches. No permit, of course, because that's how they operate. We have to finally stand up to the MRCA, their dictatorial practices, their attempts their typical modus operandi is to bankrupt those that dare to oppose them. We're seeing that in Sycamore Canyon. And if we not stand together on this as a community, as a city, they will forever change the face of Malibu. They will take private homes, private roads, anything they want. I do urge the council to stand with the folks in Sycamore Canyon that are fighting this. And when I say stand, I think we have to commit financial resources to helping our neighbors because we will be next. It's very much like that frog in the warm water that you turn up to boil and he doesn't realize it. We really need to stand and do something about this. And that it's going to cost money because Joe, we know, has state attorneys, but his plan is always to bankrupt people, to run them out of money. And he's done it successfully over and over. We should take action for their unpermitted tearing down of that fence. They don't, what do we do with someone who does something with no permit? So that's the main thing that I wanted to speak of. But also, you have on the agenda an item about the homelessness. And I just want to say this. I'll use my 41 seconds and not speak later. We need a variety of opinions on this. The current policies in our county from the Board of Supervisors in Los Angeles, Mayor Garcetti, are a complete failure. We're not helping the homeless what we're doing at all. I want to repeat that. We are not helping, we're enabling the homeless. We're allowing these vagrants, and most of them are vagrants, to ruin our cities. And so I urge you to try to appoint a different group of people, not advocates for the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I will remind the people waiting to speak that please speak only about things that are not on the agenda tonight. Judy? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I actually meant to sign up for item 3B3, but I will just quickly take a chance to thank city staff for their work on helping the Coastal Commission to pass our proposed LCP amendment for a pesticide ban today. That was a really exciting day for our city and for our wildlife. And I would like to urge the council again to please start an environmental sustainability commission for our city. This is needed for many, many reasons. And I'll end there.
Thank you so much, Judy. Who do we have next?
Our next speaker is Lori Zoloff.
Can you hear me, Lori?
I can, and I am now unmuted. My name is Lori Zoloff. I'm a professor at the medical school and the divinity school at the University of Chicago. But my family has owned a home on La Costa Beach since 1962, where we've lived and where we were raised and where we grew up, and where we, of course, have extraordinarily close attachments to that beach. My sister, until very, very recently, my mother has lived on that beach continuously for all that time. I want to speak in opposition to what happened on La Costa Beach, La Costa Carbon Beach, in the taking down the fence. I want to say first, I'm deeply troubled because this is the taking down of that fence that had been up there for 60 years is a dangerous move, dangerous for 5 reasons. First of all, it's extremely dangerous to open the beach without discourse and without planning for the very fragile ecosystem, for the environment, for the animals that live on the rocks and the tide pools, for the animals that live on the rocks. The environment can be easily destroyed. It needs, if it's to be open to the public, it needs to be opened with great care and thoughtfulness. Second, it's dangerous to public health. The beach is not entirely safe. There's no lifeguard. The rocks are difficult and dangerous. Boulders are tossed about. The other public health violation is there's no toilets, there's no facilities. People are already using the beach and defecating in the rocks, creating an ongoing public health crisis in an ongoing pandemic situation. It's a dangerous situation for disabled people and sets up a justice issue because disabled persons are not able to get down to the beach because of the rocks that are between the beach, the boulders are between the beach, and because the high tide makes the beach treacherous at many times. So it's an ongoing violation of the ADA, of course. It's a dangerous situation, number 4, for drivers, because there was no change in the driving patterns. That's a blind curve where there's been many fatal accidents. It's without very careful consideration and thoughtful reconfiguring of the driving situation. It continues to be an ongoing public health problem and a danger for drivers. And finally, it's dangerous for democracy because there was no public debate. This happened in the night. It's kind of like a thing that happens in Chicago, not in California, where it challenges our democratic rights to really participate as citizens in how we create a community, how we created a democratic, accessible, and fair community for all, how we share the beach fairly, when we open the beach to the public, how that's done with care and with responsibility for our environment and for our planet and for our fellow citizens, and of course our tourists. It also raises, for me as a philosopher and as an ethicist, significant problems in most religious traditions that I study. There's a specific prohibition against creating situations that would be dangerous or that would tempt people into doing bad things. It's prohibited in Judaism. This is in
That's your time.
Oh, it's my time. Oh, okay. It's a city problem. I just want to say it becomes a city problem and not just a coastal problem when someone gets hurt or killed at that moment, at that place. Then it's on the city. You're being informed now that it's dangerous. You have a responsibility.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Our next speaker is Joan Zoloff.
Joan, are you there?
Yes, I am.
You have our attention.
Thank you. So my mother, Helen Zoloff, much like the person you honored, Carol, was a strong proponent of Malibu and actually volunteered at the Malibu Library for several years. And she loved Malibu dearly, having lived here over 60 years, and I've lived with her, taking care of her. Sadly, she just passed less than 2 weeks ago at age 100 plus. And we are very concerned because we had no notice that this was going to happen at the end of La Costa Beach. There's no planning. We believe that we should open up responsibly. There needs to be bathrooms. There needs to be a gate. There needs to be posted hours. As it is, it's a very dangerous blind curve, like my sister stated. And in fact, it is known as Dead Man's Curve. Many people have died at that exact spot. My sister held the hands of a child that passed away at that curve. It is also dangerous with riptides, and there is no notice. There's been a lot of postings about stingrays on La Costa Beach. It's not posted there, and you may have a situation where people are going to get stung. As my sister said, it's a fragile marine life. Of course, I've lived here over 60 years and have seen marine life dissipate. But during COVID, it has come back and has been restored on those rocks. And I'm afraid it's going to be affected by people removing it, not understanding it. And again, because there's no bathroom, there is people using that as the rocks as a bathroom facility. That is currently happening now. And I have to tell you, having been here during COVID and watching people jump the fence to get onto the beach, we've had to call about the need of cleaning it up and the trash that was there and the defecation that was there and people using the rocks as a bathroom. I think a temporary fence for now has to be there until this can be resolved. I think that it was, like I said, torn down and no notice was given before any type of reasonable plan was brought to the people that live on the beach and to the community at large. So I would urge the city of Malibu to put up a temporary fence or discuss with the state putting up a temporary fence until this can be resolved. And there is an actual plan developed, just like there is at Carbon, where posted hours and that there's a gate that can close. And so that it's a balance between the need of the community, the need of the tourists, and the need of the homeowners. And everybody.
Joan, that's your time.
Thank you so much.
John. Who's
Our
next?
Our next speaker would be Graham Hamilton, but I don't see him in the meeting quite yet, so we'll try circling back and we'll hear from Tina Siegel now.
Hi, Tina, are you there?
Muting? Yes, I'm here now. Hi, thank you all. Thank you, Lori and Joan, for your eloquent statements. I'm Tina Siegel, and I've been a homeowner on La Costa for 50 years. The removal of the fence on PCH by the Cove of La Costa is a safety issue for those who want to visit and for those who live on the beach. That fence has been up for over 60 years, and unfortunately, that section, as we discussed already, is known as Dead Man's Curve. Over the years, we've witnessed way too many fatalities and tragic accidents there. That fence has undoubtedly prevented so many more. That fence was taken down with no warning and no discussion, and we only wish we could have been part of that conversation, as we are reasonable people and would have worked with the city to make it safe and secure for everyone. How will the city provide adequate safe parking? How will the city address the issue of bathrooms and trash disposal? We all know how dangerous PCH is. We know to wait until there are no cars coming to get out of the driver's seat. What about visitors who are unaware of how very dangerous that corner is? I imagine parents distracted by unloading the picnic gear from a car and a child jumping out only to face a speeding car turning the corner there. Disaster. Who is going to take responsibility for these concerns and possible tragic situations? We need to put a fence up for safety and security. This is an immediate danger to all. We need a temporary fence, at least immediately. I know we can come up with a solution that works for the city and for the homeowners. And I think if we can work together, we'll find that solution. But in the meantime, we do need to have a temporary fence immediately. This weekend, unfortunately, we witnessed we witnessed quite a few situations that made us feel unsafe and uncomfortable. As those before me have spoken, people defecating, people camping out in front of homes and doing things that I don't want to explain right now in public. And we only want to maintain our beautiful, gorgeous La Costa Beach, which has always been open to the public. It's never not been open to the public. And we've enjoyed having visitors and we welcome them, but let's do it in a safe and secure way. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tina.
Our next speaker is Joel Schulman.
Hi, Joel, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, Joel Schulman, Poison Free Malibu. Great day today. The Coastal Commission took a giant step for the city of Malibu and all of coastal California. It voted to restrict pesticide use in Malibu by certifying the amendment to Malibu's local coastal program, the document that regulates development in the coastal zone. As is well documented by studies from scientists from the National Park Service, UCLA, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, 80 to 90% of predator wildlife, hawks, owls, foxes, bobcats, coyotes, raccoons, mountain lions, and others, are exposed to poisons put out by pest control services targeting rodents. The monarch butterfly population has been decimated with a 99% decrease from the 1980s in coastal California. Herbicides have contributed to eliminating their food supply, milkweed. Here's an excerpt from the amendment. Development that involves the use of pesticides, including insecticides, herbicides, rodenticides, or any other similar toxic chemical substances, shall be prohibited in cases where the application of such substances would have the potential to significantly degrade environmentally sensitive habitat areas or coastal water quality or harm wildlife. The enthusiasm from the coastal commissioners with a unanimous vote recognized Malibu's path-breaking accomplishment. They thanked Malibu profusely. They encouraged using the amendment language as the example, which can now be spread up and down coastal California, protecting wildlife in our precious coastal resource areas. Poison-Free Malibu has been working with the city on this since 2014. Schuyler Peak initiated the city council resolution that started all off November 2014. Mikey Pearson would not let this go away and brought it to a head at the fabulous December 9th, 2019 city council meeting. The latest is that we would like to especially thank Planning Director Richard Malika for working with us and coastal staff to obtain the final amendment language, which was much harder to do than it looks. I'd like to also add that this is a perfect time to start up an environmental commission. There's lots of questions to be answered in implementing this amendment, and it's exactly what the kind of thing an environmental commission would do. Please consider starting one as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel.
Our next speaker is Shelley Smith.
Hi, Shelley, are you there?
Shelley, you should be seeing a pop-up asking you to unmute.
I didn't think you had to. I am speaking about the La Costa beach fence that was quickly removed with no communication to the community. Nobody is fighting public access. It has to be done correctly for the safety of people and the environment. I know this was done without forethought and planning required to have a proper public access way. It was an emotional move without thought. Last weekend was a cool weather Mother's Day weekend, so not too many people, yet I already witnessed a few falls down as people scrambled down those rocks. There should be a fence to prevent that, along with a gate at the safer east end that is open from sunrise to sunset, as the other access ways are. But this is more important because of the steep rock terrain. Also, on high tide, the ocean crashes up against the rocks. On PCH, well, think about the road situation near Paradise Cove in the summer and throw in a dangerous curve. It is important to limit activity to daylight hours to mitigate the inevitable accidents that will definitely happen. The Big Rock Zuma Beach night parking limitation should extend to the curve for safety and to halt the same problems that they had over in those areas. So to sum it up, for the good of the environment, trash cans and maybe porta potties for public and road safety, a fence and a gate open during daylight hours, closed at night, and night parking limitation. Until then, a temporary fence is needed till we work this out. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley.
Our next speaker is Elliot Schoenman.
Hey, Elliot, are you there? Are you there, Elliot? Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Thank you.
I agree with we're homeowners on La Costa for 30 years. I agree with everything the Zolofs and Siegel and Shelley Smith said. Just to add a few things, it's not just the rocks. If you were to look at that area, there are pieces of old foundations of houses that God knows how long ago have been washed up. If none of you on the council have ever tried to negotiate coming down that way, since the fence is now down, I would encourage you to try it and see how precarious it is. It's really pretty terrible. The other thing I want to add is last Tuesday, there was a very, very large sea lion that came out of the ocean on the east side of the beach and laid down to sun itself and ultimately seemingly give birth. All of us who live on the beach knew to avoid it and that they snap and can be dangerous. It occurs to me that it is dangerous for anybody else who might want to come up and get pictures of such a creature to approach it. And this is another thing that I think if we had the right setup and the right fencing and signage, people would know that approaching the wildlife is a dangerous situation. I also think with all the stuff with the Malibu, the deck collapsing recently, we could all live without this causing more problems. So I agree with everything everybody said. We need a temporary fence. Everybody is in agreement that we are willing to have a reasonable beach access, and a immediate fence is necessary until this is resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot.
Our next speaker is Pamela Conley-Ulick.
Hi, Pamela, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your service and your sacrifice. Here you are giving back to our community, all of you who are participating. I'm just so grateful to see all of you here and hear you. I wanted to just take another moment of gratitude for Carol Moss. And as I'm reflecting on her, now she still lives on in my heart at least. And I think it's important that you sitting on that dais remember what the real Malibu way of life is like. You know, Carol was one of those people who was the Malibu way of life. The OG, original girl. Carol was connected. She connected our community together. She connected with all brothers and sisters. She connected with the environment every day. She was courageous. She fought for the environment. She fought for the homeless. She treated everyone with dignity and respect. She was compassionate. Her heart touched all of us when she meditated or just greeted you at the library, or if you saw her on the street. She had an open heart. And even if you didn't agree with her, she found a way to come together. She was always curious. Carol was very curious. She looked at issues with the beginner's mind, and she really was open to all possibilities. And I hope you, sitting on that dais, will remember to embrace that curious mind and be curious about these issues that you're facing together. And she was also creative. She created an amazing family. Her daughter, Diane, who I adore, is such a fighter, just like her mom. She created community with all of us. She created amazing works of art. And I just hope and pray as we face challenges tonight and in the future, we'll just remember to kind of take a deep breath and try and embrace those qualities. I also wanted to thank Joel, who spoke earlier, and all of the Poison Free Malibu, and Skylar and Mikey, and everyone who worked so hard on that issue. I think Carol is shining above and just smiling down on all of us that you guys really came together and you made a difference. You stopped poisoning. And I hope when we look at issues, that poison of hatred or calling names won't continue anymore in our community. We've banned it, but it still can exist. So I hope and pray that all of you will keep living the Malibu way of life. And thank you so much for your service and your sacrifice. And we are grateful for each and every one of you too. God bless.
Thank you, Pamela.
Our next speaker is John Mazza.
Hi, John. Are you ready?
Suppose I'm unmuted.
You're unmuted.
Okay. Today was a really great day for the animals of Malibu and the people of Malibu. Joel spoke earlier about the Coastal Commission supporting unanimously the effort to end poisons. And I wanted to take a little different take. Joel and Keon and other people have spent 7 years beating their head against the wall trying to get this done. And there was pushback all the way. And recently, there's a big breakthrough. And that was that the city came together with the Poison Free Malibu people and the Poison Free Malibu attorneys who were environmentally.
Can I get her phone number?
Who else is talking? John, are you there still? Hello?
Somebody muted me. I don't know where I left off, but the point I was trying to make is this was a citizen initiative that took 7 or 8 years to get through. And it was through the perseverance of Joel and Keon and other people that it actually happened. And I hope in the future that these are council initiatives and city government initiatives, so the people don't have to go through that barrier. For years, there was pushback and pushback. This time it worked because people like Mikey and Richard Malika got together with the Poison Free Malibu and they're outside attorneys who are environmentally sensitive and knew how to talk to the Coastal Commission. And I have to give big credit to the Coastal Commission staff for listening and changing their original initiative to be really effective. And through working together, it got done. So it took a lot of effort. It took 2 or 3 times as long as it should have. So I really want to thank Richard Malika for really working well with Coastal and all the other people involved, especially our attorneys. And we have a way forward now to actually have this happen and actually have people stop poisoning the animals. And we're going to have to do a lot of work on outreach, but it will happen. The last thing I want to say is I second everything everybody else has said about Carol Moss. She was truly a wonderful person. And you don't run into people like that very often. She was, 1 in 1,000. And we have other people like that in Malibu, and we need to cultivate them and thank them for what they do and all the work they put in. So thank you.
Thank you, John.
Our next speaker is Craig Hill.
Hi, Craig, are you there?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Welcome, Manager McClary. Congrats to Joel and Keon and everybody, and I echo all the comments on that. Regarding what's happening at La Costa, we have a comparable situation at Figment Cove down below me near Moon Shadows. Anybody can contact me about what's been going on there. And council, please don't punt the council comments. Those are important. Now, a few half-baked thoughts which you might like to start mulling over. I've been thinking about cryptocurrency lately, and Elon Musk has been reading my mind, even though his machine for that isn't yet fully perfected. Yesterday, he said he'd stop taking Bitcoin for Teslas due to its environmental destruction. They're mined, so-called, using massive amounts of electricity, globally equivalent to, as I've read variously, more than Argentina or more than the entire usage of Hungary or half the usage of the United Kingdom, and at present are already using over 0.5% of global energy use. The BBC reported today that 2/3 of that comes from coal, presumably because much of it happens in Russia and China and elsewhere. And use has been growing exponentially with about 20 different brands of cryptocurrencies like Ethereum now competing against each other. So energy use for this has doubled in the last 1.5 years. And there's not even a necessary application of it unless you're a criminal and enjoy the anonymity. Money's already been invented, and at least when you drive a gas car, it gets you somewhere. No technology has ever been more inefficient. Now, the city has the Declaration of Climate Emergency, which articulates that one of the reasonable governmental interests of the city is to legislate and act in that regard. Not sure what your action would be, but there's probably some balance between what could be effective and what could be constitutional. I don't know if you could make an ordinance, for example, banning its use in the city for retail transactions. I don't know, or maybe more narrow. And at minimum, the city could make a policy of not accepting cryptocurrency for its own transactions, such as permit fees, et cetera. That might be more symbolic, but if all you have is the appetite to send a message, well, it could do that. Anyway, there's also things like non-fungible tokens, and that adds a layer of complication policy-wise. It's all the tip of a brand new, brave new iceberg. It could be helpful to have some public discourse about what we might prefer to do as a community. And that could be a matter for the proposed Environmental Commission to talk about. Just, what do we think about cryptocurrency? So I see I got a little bit ahead of myself there, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
Our next speaker is Georgia Goldfarb.
Hi, Georgia, are you there?
Yeah, you're not allowing participants to unmute themselves? Can you hear me?
We hear you now, yes.
Oh, great, okay. Perfect, just 1 second here. Okay, I just have a really kind of quick comment on 2 different things. One is that there are acres of removal of chaparral near Big Rock. The first property adjacent to Tuna Canyon Park was reported to the city months ago by me, but other people have seen it as well. I was told that this was illegal, but since then, excuse me, activity has actually appeared to increase and has resulted in the removal of more habitat and more grading, so that a hilltop is graded and the habitat partially surrounding it has been removed. It looks like there may be other areas of destruction, and so my question is, what is the city going to do about these egregious and damaging activities of destruction of the wildland habitat? So I don't know how to move forward on this and to get the city to actually protect the habitat from illegal activities. So that is the one question. And then the other is, as the city may use some kind of arborist or person to decide what trees or habitat should be removed, I would like to highly, highly recommend David Magny. He's a California Native Plant Society botanist. He started the Certified Botanist program that's been going on for years through CNPS. He is runs their rare plant program, and he's consulted on many projects. And I would think that we could rest that the accurate assessment of the habitat and of trees was being made if it were made by him. And that's it. David Magny.
Thank you, Georgia.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Lands.
Stephanie, are you there?
Hi there, here I am. Had a hard time unmuting. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for giving us this time. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I didn't see the clock moving. So this is about La Costa Beach, and just ditto everything that everybody said. I love that Elliot brought up some other ideas, that those rocks, it's not just the rocks, there's old pieces of cement and there's metal, it's dangerous, there's debris. And then that sea lion, by the way, I believe it was last weekend, was on that west end of the beach with no head. So, you know, I don't know what people would do. They're all having their picnics next to this dead sea lion. It was quite unappealing. But we've lived on this beach for over 50 years, and even before that, 10 years before that, rented homes on La Costa. Safety, especially on the corner, which everybody has mentioned, is Dead Man's Curve. It's a blind curve, numerous accidents, drivers as well as pedestrians. It's just because that end of the beach is so close to the highway. You know, I'm just thinking, as Tina Siegel said, what if a child runs out onto PCH, actually from a car, or even on the beach, if they wanted to run up, it's easy enough for them just to access it. So who would be responsible if there was a tragedy? Toilet facilities have been brought up. I mean, if you're going to put something on the ocean, that tide goes up pretty darn high, and it's just going to get washed away. So how do we handle when the tides come all the way up to the road? And, you know, the trash situation as well. There's been so much trash left on the end of the beach, and it's quite sad because it's usually pretty pristine. High tides and rip currents. I think somebody already mentioned that. That water gets really dangerous, and safety of swimmers. I mean, how people don't understand or respect the ocean, and that could be really frightening. Parking. We already don't have enough sufficient, even for our homeowners and our guests. So how are you going to have parking on that really dangerous curve while even if people do park there, people are driving around that curve, looking at the ocean, not paying attention. And there have been cars that have been hit there. So that's a concern. And then last but not least, safety for the homeowners. I mean, we have had, when I talk about our beach and being there in the summers, especially with the children, I always felt comfortable with my children going up and down the beach. I'd kind of keep an eye on them, but I knew my neighbors were there. They knew who our family was. They knew who the children were. So we had this wonderful family environment for over 50 years, and we've felt safe. And now it's just a little disconcerting with people being on the beach, doing bizarre things under the houses. And so we just want to keep our beach safe. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Do we have any other speakers?
Well, we were going to try to circle back to Graham Hamilton. But
Kelsey,
Yes.
he's listed under Surfrider Foundation.
Okay, then we will hear from Graham Hamilton next.
Thank you, Mikey. Ms. Graham, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Mikey, and thank you, Mayor Grisanti and fellow council members. My name is Graham Hamilton, and I am the Surfrider Foundation Los Angeles manager. And I want to take a moment to alert you to a situation that we're once again faced with at Surfrider Beach and Malibu Lagoon State Park. It was almost 2 years ago to the day that local beach lovers watched in shock as the sand at Surfrider Beach virtually disappeared during a rapid erosion event that occurred as a result of heavy south swells coinciding with extreme high tides. Now, this so-called emergency forced the city of Malibu and LA County beaches and harbors to drop 50 tons of granite revetment on the beach to protect the historic wall. And starting this weekend, Southern California is going to see a series of powerful, long-period south swells and extremely high tides that are forecast to persist for the remainder of the month. These conditions are even more severe than those that precipitated the extreme erosion event in 2019. Now, Surfrider Foundation recently this Wednesday submitted a letter to this council and officials at the California Coastal Commission, California State Parks, and LA County Beaches and Harbors with recommendations laying out both immediate action and short-term plans that will mitigate imminent erosion and position us all to take up the kind of proactive, longer-term solutions we need to keep us from facing these predictable emergencies in the future. The last thing that we need is more boulders on the beach. Armoring our coasts exacerbates erosion. We need to work together to get proactive around how we manage public resources as the impacts of heavier storms and rising seas becomes more and more pronounced. For 15 years, Surfrider Foundation has advocated for a proactive approach to address chronic erosion at Surfrider Beach. We have consistently and publicly recommended that local and state authorities adopt environmentally sensitive management strategies that will safeguard the biological, cultural, and recreational resources that make Surfrider Beach a crown jewel of our community. So we strongly urge y'all to consider the recommendations in our letter and work with California State Parks and LA County Beaches and Harbors to finally put us on a proactive track to dealing with a chronic issue that we can no longer afford to ignore. And as always, I thank you, and we look forward to collaborating with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham.
Mayor Grisanti, since this item was called, we have had one late sign up. Would you like to hear their comment?
Sure.
Our final speaker will be Jefferson Wagner.
Hi, Jefferson.
Good evening, Paul. Do you hear me?
I do hear you, as does all of Malibu.
Well, thank you. Appreciate the efforts of the staff. Thank you very much, Mayor Grisanti and City Council members, for your continued participation for the benefit of the city and the community. I wanted to give the community and the staff there at City Hall an update on the Richards Carrington law firm contacts with me about the affidavit I had filed upon my leaving City Council. And I have made contact with Evan and George, and we will be consulting and speaking sometime in the next week or two. And I thought the community might like to know that the attorney's firm has reached out to me and I've agreed to speak with them. Thank you very much, Paul, and have a good evening. And once again, let's all remember Carol in our thoughts at the end of the evening. Thank you very much.
Jefferson.
Certainly. Good night.
Good night. Okay. Do we have any commission? That puts us at 2B. Do we have any commission, committee, or city manager updates?
You do have two commissioners signed up to speak. We'll hear from Doug Stewart, followed by Chris Frost.
Sounds great. Doug, are you available?
I am here. Hello, City Council members, and welcome to the new City Manager. And the City of Malibu welcomes you with both arms, and we wish you good luck. Alex, can you put up a slide that we have reserved? Thank you. Okay, I'm Doug Stewart. I'm Vice Chair of the Public Safety Commission, and I want to advise you of actions taken in our meeting on May the 5th. At that meeting, we reviewed, as you requested, the current contract with the Sheriff's Department for deployment suggestions for the upcoming renewal as of July 1st. Now, on the slide that we have here, this was presented during the meeting. It talks about how many patrol cars we have today and the recommendations, which are in yellow. But quickly, the early shift, as you'll see, is for some people not early. It's 9 p.m. or so until about 5 or 7 o'clock in the morning, and it's two-person cars. The AM shift is about 5 o'clock in the morning to around 1 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and that consists of 4 cars, 1-person cars, and 2 motor officers. And not all of these are 7 days a week. Some of them are 4 days a week, some are 5 days a week. The PM shift is approximately noon to about 8 or 9 o'clock. And in the recommendations that we have highlighted the additions being the 2-person car in the early shift, a 2-person crime suppression car in the PM shift, and an additional half motor officer. So if you look at this by shift, this is our current deployment. And due to the 168 hours a week, it takes a cohort of nearly 26 sheriff's members to put about 13 deputies on the street each day. I think we all agree that the current deployment of officers is at best the bare minimum. As the current test of the PM shift, which you see in yellow there, of the 2-person crime suppression cars already demonstrated there's a critical need for a higher level of patrolling. Lieutenant Braden can easily recite the successes so far for this added deployment. What we've recommended to you for this coming year is a limited edition of the following: making the PM 2-person crime suppression car permanent. It's only on a test right now for 4 days a week at 10 hours a day. The addition of a second 2-person hybrid, and I want to emphasize hybrid, call response and crime suppression car for the early shift, also on 4 days a week for 10 hours a day. This will provide a 3-car coverage at least part of the week during the ever more critical time after 11 p.m. And we want to have the addition of a half motor deputy. We currently have 2.5 motor deputies to provide additional traffic enforcement into the afternoons. Currently, the deputies, motor deputies are only in the morning. While it would have been nice to have had these all be 7-day-a-week additions, we're both aware of the city budget constraints, but most importantly, we suggest we prove the worth of these additional resources before committing further permanent expense. And not to leave out a critical addition, the Public Safety Commission unanimously supported and confirmed the proposed additional beach patrols for this summer as presented by the Sheriff's Department. This concludes my report, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug.
Next, we'll hear from Chris Frost.
Hi, Chris, are you available?
I am. How are you? Good evening, council, staff, and our newly hired city manager. Doug actually covered, he adequately covered a lot of what I had on my plate here. We only talked twice a day. I guess we didn't hook up on all that, but succinctly, the crime suppression car that we have recommended to graduate from the pilot program to permanent status has definitely hit a home run here. They've done just an outstanding job of looking for and stopping crime here in the city. And they have a full range of items they can do and address, from traffic enforcement to transient issues and anything crime related that they may come across. They're also available for specific crime and enforcement related operations. And watching them in action is very, very impressive. So I'll move on from there. This last Monday morning at 4:25 a.m., we had an accident on PCH Cavallari that took out a power pole. I went out and checked stoplights at about 4:45 and found them all to be working. The battery backup at Cannon Doom kept that signal operating for 12 hours. This had been a project for us since Woolsey. Riva and Rob DeBoe pressed very hard against Caltrans to complete and implement a backup program that would give the city sufficient time to bring out generators in the case of a projected long-term outage, such as a PSPS, etc. but we were just surprised that the backup was capable of 12 hours, especially at a signal with that many working parts. So this is a huge upgrade. Several meetings back, we had a speaker from Lost Hills Station, Detective Joy Finder, school us on the advantages to the community through the law enforcement use of a flock type camera system here in Malibu, reading license plates, basically. Definitely puts the bad guys at a disadvantage in identifying the vehicles related to crime in our city. As Chuck Becerra put it, and Jim Braden put it, it's a game changer. We have also identified a tow drop site for summer weekends and are currently working toward getting it up and running. I want to thank Richard and Susan for their work on that. And many of you might know, yesterday we had a boat beached on Malibu Road, small sailboat that was eventually destroyed by the south swell late last night. I want to shout out the construction workers and residents who took it upon themselves to help clean up and stack most of the debris field. I stayed in touch with the lifeguard chief, with Drew Smith, the Coast Guard, and everybody in between to keep everybody up to speed, but there's still some work to be done down there, and I'm working on getting that done. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you for bringing us up to date on that boat, because it disappeared pretty quick. Do you have any remarks you would like to make for us, Steve, Ms. McCleary?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mayor. Well, first off,
and welcome, by the way.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Hard to meet everybody sometimes in Zoom land here, but I've done a lot of meeting, learning, and listening here the last couple of weeks. I heard one of the earlier speakers talk about the concept of having beginner's mind. I'm definitely going through a serious spate of beginner's mind right now, but that's good. Everybody here, as I said, has been very welcoming. I'm learning a lot about the community, and I must tell you sincerely, I'm very impressed with what I've learned and what I've seen. The individuals I've met and spoken with. This is a very tight-knit community with a high level of civic pride and a very engaged residents. So I'm definitely enjoying my time getting to learn everything that is all about Malibu. Met this week with staff. I know everybody is probably talking about the new the CDC announcement today regarding the changes in mask requirements, and of course we'll be waiting anxiously to see what the state of California and the County of Los Angeles do in that regard. Meantime, I'm meeting with my staff, and we're looking at when we can get City Hall fully back open to the public. I know everybody's probably eager to see that again in the safest and most practical way possible. So we are working on a plan for that, and we'll definitely be keeping the council informed as we move forward with that. I did want to briefly just make a couple of remarks regarding the La Costa Beach fence. I realize this is not an item on the agenda, so we can't discuss it, but just for clarity for the public, and I think most people know this, but I just wanted to be clear that it was not an action of the city that took down that fence, nor did we permit that, nor did we have any advance notice that it was occurring. As many of you are aware, that land there is state land. We do understand the concerns that are expressed by the public, and while the city cannot go up and install a fence or modify that property since we are not the owner of it, I do think that we can, and it would be appropriate to see if a temporary fence could be put up there. But we'll be taking a look at the issue very closely and seeing everything that the city can do to try to address the concerns that have been raised today. Again, the safety and the environmental concerns. I believe that's all that I have for the report at this time, and be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
That brings us to City Council's subcommittee reports, mayor and council member meeting attendance, and reports and inquiries. I think Steve wants to go first. Mr. Uring. Steve, you're muted.
Yeah, got to do that. Okay. Got a couple. First, I want to thank Joel, Mikey, and Richard Malika for the work they did on the poison-free effort with the Coastal Commission. It really was, it's going to be a game changer. So I thank you very, very much for your effort. And as John said, it took them 7 years to get through that process, and I appreciate their patience and initiative going forward. I've got, if Richard is here, maybe after I'm done, Richard, you could help us out. I understand that there are 2 gas stations that are still under some discussion whether they're going to be dark sky compliant or whether they're looking for a variance. And I've sort of told other people that the other gas stations have been already approved. But I'm getting a lot of pushback on this gas station up in Trancas, where everybody says nothing's really changed up there. So I'm wondering if they have been already signed off as being dark sky compliant, if that's something coming down the line, because I'm really not getting information from the residents that says there's been any change up there, and that gas station is a real blight on the dark sky. The fence between Carbon and La Costa, and I agree with everything everybody said. I started getting phone calls and stuff on, well, this is a typical Joe Edmiston program. No parking, no qualified parking, no bathrooms, no trash, no governance, no nothing. This is how he operates. He's done this across the city. And like everybody said, this is going to be a disaster. What happened was, I think it was Saturday or Sunday afternoon, I started getting videos. The people are parking both on the ocean side of the street and on the land side. And I've got videos, looks like a bunch of 11, 12-year-old kids that are running back and forth across PCH in the middle of the afternoon while the traffic is there. So I agree with everybody. We got to do something. And I don't know what that something is. If there's a way to put up a temporary fence, we should do that. If we can get Caltrans to put some no parking signs up there, that seems to be something we should consider. We've got all these connections with Ted Lieu and Henry Stern and whatever we've got for our consultants up in Sacramento. We should see if those folks can help us, because if we can't do anything else, at the very least, we're going to have to send a letter up to Joe Edmiston and his boss up there, Wade Crowfoot, and ask them to send down some body bags this summer, because PCH is going to be a disaster. If you haven't seen the video, I'll send it to you. Cars are screeching to a halt, trying to prevent themselves from hitting. And this was a slow weekend. When this thing peaks up in the summer, we got ourselves a real problem. So I just need some help. Somebody's got to, I don't know what we do, what we can do, what we can't do. But if my druthers are, I would be as aggressive as we can. If we make some people mad, tough, but we've got to save some lives. And if we don't do something, people are going to get hurt. And this is for Karen. Karen, back in Calabasas, they're doing this West Village project that putting in like 180 units on the corner of Malibu Canyon and I guess Agora Road. And as far as I know, I found out about it last week and looked at the EIR that they've got because I anticipate that with that much traffic being put on the Malibu Canyon, it's going to have an impact down here in Malibu. But when I looked at the EIR, I could not, in the traffic section, I couldn't find any mention of any kind of a review or a study done in terms of what the impact would be down the road. A matter of fact, the traffic study they're using is a 2018 traffic study. And so it's current. So I'm wondering, as part of your COG stuff, have you ever talked to the folks in Calabasas about that? And have they indicated any willingness to sort of at least consider what the impact on Malibu will be when they do that thing? I would be interested in knowing that. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Who wants to go next? Karen, please.
Thank you, Paul. Let's see. Committee and commission attendance. I was at a Santa Monica Malibu PTA Council meeting. I am the liaison to that group. We had a school district separation ad hoc committee meeting. I and some of the others at the city attended a wildfire preparedness event at King Gillette Ranch. There were personnel and equipment there from the county, the state, and the federal government, and it was quite an impressive show of force. And today I received a report from the school district separation financial team about a meeting that they had with the school district. As far as acknowledgement of public comments, thank you everybody from La Costa and Carbon who came to speak tonight. I do see that Mario Sandoval is in the meeting. Mario is with the MRCA. Mario, thank you for joining us this evening. I'm sure you heard everybody's comments. I'm not sure if anybody else from MRCA or the Conservancy is here, but I'm glad you were here to hear those comments. And yes, we all acknowledge it's an incredibly dangerous, unsafe, unenvironmental situation we're dealing with. Poison-free Malibu, congratulations. Thank you. Community, public will, political will, perseverance. That is one thing that I know you all have been working toward for so many years. I know what that feels like in other areas, and I want to just congratulate you for staying the course and for getting that decision today. And I do want to thank Richard Mollica and our attorneys. I know that John, I don't know if you're going to say something about that later. I will leave that for you. I do want to welcome our interim city manager, Steve McCleary. We had a chance to meet in person today, so thank you for that time. Graham from the Surfrider Foundation, thank you for being here, and thank you for your comments. I agree with you. We do need to work together with a more environmentally sound policy there for the erosion. Chris Frost and Doug Stewart, thank you very much for all your work on the Public Safety Commission. And yeah, if there's a way that we can put those extra patrols on an ongoing basis, I'm with you all the way on that. Nothing is getting easier on the highway with traffic, with crime, with vagrancy and everything else. Yeah, and that was a big deal that battery backup worked for, I think, at least 12 hours at Canaan and PCH. We needed that. It happened, and there we have a demonstration that it works. So I think that's it for me. And thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Who will go next? You're on, Mikey.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all the public speakers, much appreciated. Absolutely. A lot going on, and welcome Mr. McCleary, and I know we'll be chatting tomorrow morning. I look forward to it. I know it's a lot. It's a lot for us that have been here. I can't imagine it's can't be not a lot to just show up. Beautiful tribute to Carol Moss. Steve, thank you so much for everything you did to make that happen. Wow, what a life. I just still can't get over it. Really, really powerful. What a great legacy. The La Costa Beach situation here, here's what I can add on top of what everyone else has said. I will be at a meeting tomorrow morning with Henry Stern, and I believe, I don't know who from MRCA will be there, but maybe I can have a chance to it's about something else, but maybe I can have a chance to chat about the La Costa situation, because yeah, I used to live right up on that hill as a teenager. It's beyond dangerous. I mean, even the crosswalk is beyond dangerous. So very scary, not just dangerous, but yeah, that's just, it's reckless. So good timing, Steve, mentioning Henry Stern. Put two and two together in my head. I needed the help, so thank you. The pesticide ban. I know it's been talked about a lot. What a great day. What a great moment. Thank you so much to Keon and Joel and their perseverance and everything they've certainly taught me and so many of us about these poisons. And I learned a number of things here today in the hearing that I didn't know. As much as I tried to be involved, I didn't know that the Coastal Commission had 12 meetings or so with the EPA on this, Environmental Protection Agency. I didn't know they'd have 12 meetings or so with the DPR, the Department of Pesticide Regulation, which is the organization which says we can't ban pesticides. There had been a number of, so many ongoing conversations, and Pat Healy was always there, obviously Keon and Joel, and I want to talk about Richard. So Richard called me. He's exactly what I'm going to say here. He called me a week ago. I'm bad at days. In the early evening, and he started going on about this. And he was talking, and I was listening. And he kind of paused for a moment and go, "You really want this, Richard, don't you?" And he's like, "Yeah, the community really wants this." And and I said, "No." I said, "No. I know the community really wants this. You really want this." And he said, I'll paraphrase, he said, this would be tremendous. This would be something we could share with the entire coast. And yeah, I'm going to paraphrase. I would be very proud to lead that charge. And that just made me so happy. I can't even begin to tell you. And I just want to share it with the whole city. Thank you, Richard. Your help and your insight at the right time on how to get this done. And your relationship with the Coastal Commission, with Steve Hudson and everyone else on the calls. Thank you. Phenomenal. What else? With Karen and Paul, we were up at the fire day, and that, as they get ready for wildfire season, which I don't know if you get ready for it anymore. It just happens all the time. A ton of the equipment was there, the helicopters, a lot of speakers that were almost impossible to hear, though, to be honest. But it was, there's obviously a ton of thought and planning going into fire season now. As you know, our fuel moisture load is very low for this time of year, very scary. But boy, oh boy, having our Chief Drew Smith and all the teams and the state, Tom Porter from Cal Fire was there. There's so many major players there. It lets you know they're really taking this a whole nother level serious. And that was great to see. With Karen, I was the school ad hoc committee meeting that is ongoing, and we are full speed ahead. I'll leave it at that. I was at a Clean Power Alliance meeting. Steve was there too, I believe, and it's really, as Steve has said before, a really interesting process on a business that produces clean power and how they do it and their mindset and the thinking. And it's an incredible accomplishment to do what they're doing. And I think Steve's already mentioned that in the past very well. Thank you, Graham. We chatted earlier today about the situation in Surfrider. Yes, there's a short-term solution, which is needed, but the long-term solution is the bigger goal. Obviously, we've cut off the supply of sand for the last 100 years or so, and it's having a massive effect on Surfrider Beach. That and other reasons. So I think that probably covers it all. And thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Mikey. Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein.
Thank you, Paul. Well, it's a big day today. The first time in more than a year, the CDC is telling us that it's safe to participate in activities of daily living in public if we've been vaccinated. And if we've been vaccinated even without a mask. It's been well over a year since we've been able to do that. And this is really great. And, it's the result of the efforts, substantial efforts of both the current presidential administration and the past one, because the past one got this off the ground and moving at lightning speed, and current administration got shots in the arm. So if those two could work together to get things done, clearly we can do so. And I'm glad we've been working together better, and I think we're going to continue to do that. It's time to heal physically and emotionally and politically. So big day today. Let's keep it going. I think we need to agendize lifting our mask mandate now that the federal government is lifting it. I understand that we'll still be bound by whatever the state and county are telling us, but the moment they lift theirs, ours should be gone as well. I don't know if ours is tied to that, but if it's not tied to that, I'm hoping that we can get ours off the books so that the moment the state and county make their changes, we'll be in lockstep and won't have to then convene or hold our citizens, our residents back a little while. We need to be starting to talk about getting together physically for the first time in over a year to have these meetings. It's a wonder that we've been able to do it like this, but it'll certainly be better for everybody. And I think it'll be better for our cohesiveness when we're together face to face. So I'm looking forward to that. The issue with the fence between La Costa and Carbon, obviously we've all been talking to a lot of people about that for the past few days. I participated in a PCH task force meeting yesterday with Mikey, and it came up there, and it's on a lot of radars, not just Malibu. But what I think we need to understand whether it was legal or illegal in the first instance, and if it was illegal, it needs to be repaired instantly, separate and apart from safety issues. And you just can't illegally do things, no matter who you are. We are a nation of laws. If it was legal, however, we're just in for a negotiation, unfortunately. So we need to tread lightly there. It may be, though, that if we are able to, there may be compromises. So let me just say that. I don't want to get into the details right now. I think the only good thing about the location is that the fire and rescue is nearby, so because they're going to be needed if it's not fixed. Homelessness. So for the past, we didn't report to the public about what we've been doing the last two meetings for efficiency's sake, because we had large agendas. It's good to be able to talk tonight. So pretty much every day I hear from people about homelessness issues, about crime, about public safety issues. That seems to be what's on people's mind almost every day. Scott, I appreciate your comment because I do agree. A lot of what we are doing and talking about is enabling, not helping. Helping is great, enabling is not. There's been talk about the injunction in Los Angeles by Judge Carter, which I think for many reasons has nothing to do with us, and we'll get into that at some point in the future. But I understand as of today, the Ninth Circuit has stayed that order pending appeal, so more to come. But that brings me to something that I've been talking to other people about. Nobody seems to be able to identify a homeless person or an unhoused person living on the street in Malibu who lived in Malibu in a home and then ended up homeless. And if there are any such people, as I've said many times before, we need to do whatever we can to help our residents who've lost the ability to have a home. But for the most part, if not exclusively, we are dealing with transient vagrants who've come here from other cities. And this is part of Los Angeles, what's going on in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is not taking responsibility for its population. And moreover, they're pawning their population who they can't take care of off on us. And I think at some point we may even need to investigate whether we have legal rights vis-a-vis Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles, because we shouldn't have to be absorbing their financial responsibilities and we shouldn't get their crime. I mean, obviously people can come here and do anything they want. It's kind of their constitutional right. But to the extent the city of Los Angeles is contributing to our problems, that's not right. Poison-free, that's a great achievement. I have to say it's a little unclear to me, and I'm going to need some further education on that. I understand it deals with development, but what does it do in terms of my next door neighbor if he wants to poison the wildlife? I'm not saying my neighbor does that, by the way, but how does that affect existing homes and properties? Because development is a very small fraction of what's going on in Malibu, obviously, although there's too much of it. The deck collapse, obviously, this past weekend, a lot of people have been talking about that. That's a big issue. I'll tell you, I was struck by the aerial photographs of that property before the deck collapse by the size and configuration of the balcony. It seemed very strange that it jutted out way past the other balconies, and I'd like to understand a little more about that because it just didn't look right to me. The arrest that occurred now almost a month ago, or maybe it was a month ago, of the gentleman, the man at Zuma with the guns. I understand that he's going to be arraigned next week, and a number of residents have, I think, smartly raised the question of whether Malibu should have some participation, if it is allowed to, in that proceeding. You know, if we weren't a contract city, if we were like the city of Los Angeles, the mayor's office and the DA's office and the chief of police, if they all work together on a daily basis to cooperate and get things done the way they all jointly want to. We don't seem to have that relationship with the DA, and I think that's something we need to be thinking about and working on. But this is certainly one of the bigger issues that's happened here in terms of crime, and it seems maybe somebody from Malibu should be having a conversation to find out what's going to be going on if this man were to get out on bail. What's going to be done to protect us from him returning and having more weapons. I had some other comments, but I think that I've gone long enough, and we had a lot of public talk, so hope we'll get to the agenda soon. Paul, turn to you.
Thank you very much, Bruce. I'm going to make it pretty quick. In the last couple of weeks, I went to a meeting of the Smart Coast California Association, which is an association of boards of realtors up and down the state relative to coastal policies. And they are experiencing some success in pushing back against coastal retreat in the new coastal plans. I went to a informative thing about redistricting. The state of California is going to be going through redistricting. They were talking about ways people can participate in it. Frankly, I don't think that it's going to have much influence on Malibu. I was grateful that we got to have a meeting with Cal Strategies along with Bruce and acting city manager McClary, which is nice to be filled in on what's going on with the various laws coming down from Sacramento. I thought the budget meeting that was held on the 22nd was very good, very informative, and I wanted to thank the Finance Committee for all their work they had done. So Steve and Mikey, thank you. And I know that that budget is going to develop a little bit more. The COVID briefings that happen once a week with the state of California with the county of Los Angeles are getting more optimistic, which is wonderful. There was 2 instances of a shot hole borer, which is a invasive beetle that attacks trees such as sycamores, which are protected in California, but are apparently delicious to these animals. And we are in the beginning stages of an infestation. And that may change the look of Malibu if we don't spend some effort to make something happen. I attended the SCAG meeting, Southern California Association of Governments meeting, where they thanked the outgoing chair. I went to a safety meeting with James Braden, who I see is waiting, and I'm going to call on you next, Jim. And then I did the King Gillette Ranch fire thing. Did an arson watch training with Mikey to learn how to use the police radios, which we will be having some of to become a force multiplier for the sheriff's department. And I wanted to thank Poison Free Malibu and for all of you who I've been following Las Flores as well. And I got several calls before people figured out what was going on. And it seems that Joe Edmiston's actions were not unprovoked. Somebody who has not yet been determined apparently had two guys come and take down the original fence and then put up another fence with barbed wire on the top. And the next morning, Joe Edmiston's guys showed up to take it down. And yes, there is room for us to have a negotiation with Mr. Edmiston about how we can work something out so that we can get to the ultimate goal there, which is everybody being safe and able to enjoy the coast. But I would be delighted to hear from anybody from his organization and talk about possible solutions. And the Big Rock Beach thing was just a tragedy. We're only lucky that it wasn't like 22 years ago when two people died. I did look at the aerial photos that were on the Coastal Conservancy's Coastal Commission project, which has aerial photos going back into the 70s. And unfortunately, that deck had been extended prior to 2002 because it's clearly visible in 2002. And then it looks like it is not that way in 89. But as you go further back in time, the quality of the photos is so much worse that it's impossible to tell, impossible for me to tell anyway. But I do hope that we learn a little bit more about that. And perhaps Richard might know something about it. But I'm going to call on James Braden right now, if he's available. Are you available, Jim?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'll welcome
see you,
Steve
Jim.
Clary. And welcome, Steve. And Steve, myself, and Captain Becerra have a meeting coming up in the near future. And we'll try to acclimate him to things going on and make his stay as productive as possible. The La Costa fence, we got lots of calls on that. I went out there looking at that, and I'm in total agreement that the area is conducive with all the dangers that have been mentioned, be it the highway or be it the people going down the rocks there. It needs to be some type of negotiation to where the safety is addressed, because it's not going to work out well for the summer at all. And so I'm hoping that can be rectified. The deck issue, we were lucky there wasn't more severe injuries, although there were several injuries. Like Paul said, I had the opportunity of going. We had a meeting in Malibu West. There were some burglaries up there. I went to, inform the public or different things we have going on. Also, some different tips, which I'll pass on to the city that they can post on their website for burglary prevention. The Doug and Chris, the stuff they mentioned about what we've done in the Public Safety Council and what their suggestions are, I'm in total agreement with. The suppression car we've had out there, it tries to address a lot of the issues. And I agree with what Bruce said. Yeah, some of these cities, somehow we have people rolling in on transit system or different ways into the city that create a lot of disruption in different ways. We try to mitigate and address that. And then we have the other issues of campfires and everything else, and having extra personnel that we can direct to do specific things, along with suppression patrols. It's trying to rectify some of the situations that the citizens of Malibu experience, be it with transients or tourist population that comes in, car clubs, everything we can. So we're trying to address some of those issues. Having more sufficient patrol can rectify some of those issues. So we'll continue to work on that. And I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Jim. I'm going to call on Richard Malika. I understand he might have some information to share with us.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Just to answer the three topics that came up during the council member comments, and I'll be glad to answer any further questions, but just to hit on all three, the first being Council Member Euring's comment about the dark skies and the gas station, I believe it's the Chevron station at the corner of Trancas and PCH. So that station, we did review and approve a plan. That plan for the dark skies compliant lighting has been submitted to the Building and Safety Division. And I see that they're still reviewing the plan and they have not issued a permit yet. And so that's why you don't see a change out there just yet. But I can follow up with Yolanda too to make sure that that's moving. And the two that were pending to be heard this coming Monday night, we did continue those because the applicant did not respond to our requests for some additional information addressing all the concerns that were brought up prior to the hearing. I just want to let everyone know that they can't just ignore us. Our code enforcement staff is on it, and if we do not hear back from them, and I want to say a reasonable time, which would mean within the next week or two at the most, our code enforcement staff will be back on that. It's we do have that listed as something we need to stay on. And in terms of the deck collapse this weekend, I'd like the council to know that we did open a code enforcement case on the property because the owner was in violation of the STR permit that they had, and consistent with the city's ordinance, the owner was cited. So that did take place. And right now I have our code enforcement staff and also one of the planners looking into the permitting history as well as our aerial photos. We do have some aerial photos in addition to the photos that are online to look, because I do agree with the council that deck looks different than all the other decks on that townhome complex. And I do know that Yolanda isn't with us this evening, but I do know that she did also send a building inspector out to the site. They did red tag the home. And I know that they are looking into it as well. Planning's looking at the permitting, and because that deck it encroaches further seaward than all the neighboring decks. And then Yolanda's group's looking at the structural aspect of it. So we are working on that. And lastly, the good thing was poison for the pesticides LCPA amendment today being adopted and by the California Coastal Commission. What happens next is that the soonest we could bring it back to the council is going to be your second meeting in June. We'll be bringing it back to the council for certification, since the language is a bit different than what originally was sent up there by the city council. But what this does do is two things. This is an amendment to our land use policy, so it's a policy document. It's going to give us the ability to, as we've been doing, place conditions of approval on coastal development permits to limit the use or effectively ban the use of pesticides on a property. So it does that, and that's in the immediate future right there. It's happening as written. And the second thing it does is it gives us a policy so that when we come back to the council in June, if it's the council's desire, we could do a ordinance, and the council could direct staff to initiate an ordinance that we would put in the implementation plan. And that ordinance is what gets to Council Member Silverstein's point, which is what happens when someone places pesticide or uses a pesticide insecticide. So this policy document that we got today, it's going to give the council the ability to look into the definition development and establish a criteria or a threshold of where the application, the use, placement, when does that become development, and what are we going to do as our regulation? So that's a future step for us. We'll be working on. I look forward to. And also just want to also thank very much the help we received from Poison Free Malibu and their attorneys and Pat Healy, and also from Las Virgenes, their HOA there. There was a member that helped too. And, folks made themselves really available, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Richard, the home with the deck collapse that was red tagged, what about the adjoining structure?
I'm not aware of any damage to that structure, but I can definitely pose that question to Yolanda tomorrow. And I know our inspectors were there, and it appears that this deck didn't appear to be tied to those. In the photos that I saw, those decks, they weren't sagging or anything like that, but I can pose that question.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we move to the consent calendar? And we pulled item 3B6. Is there anything else on the consent calendar people want to pull, or can we go ahead?
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
We have two items that have been pulled by the public. They're 3B3 and 3B5. And I want to note for anyone who might be joining us late, 3B6 was continued by the council to the May 24th meeting.
Okay, so we're going to pull 3B3 and 3B5, and we've already pulled 6, but that's pulled it to a time uncertain, so we won't need to discuss that right now. So can we get a motion to approve the other items in the consent calendar?
I so move.
Got a first and a second. Any discussion? May we have a vote?
Councilmember Farrer?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Urine?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, somebody pulled 3B3, so would they like to tell us why?
We have 6 speakers on this item. Did you want to hear a staff report first or hear the questions from the public?
Let's have the staff report first, please.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. On April 13th, Governor Newsom signed a $536 million wildfire package to take urgent action on wildfire protection projects. The Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy was allocated $12 million for immediate distribution to shovel-ready projects that could be implemented by September 15th. Since funding requests were due May 1st, staff was unable to bring this application before the council prior to applying. Staff submitted a request for $324,000 for the removal of 100 dead or dying hazard trees and to conduct 12 chipper days. Removing hazard trees reduces available fuel and the potential for these trees to fall and injure people, and in some cases block ingress and egress during a fire. The chipper days are meant to encourage people to clear brush on their properties by providing free chipper and removal service. Our request was based on some brief guidelines of high priority projects that were provided to us, as well as identified needs from our draft community wildfire protection plan, and also what seemed possible to implement by September 15th. So this ends my report. We have Chris Broussard, our new fire safety liaison, is available, as well as LA County Fire Assistant Chief Drew Smith is also available to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Okay. Did you say we have 12 members of the public?
6.
6.
Yes, they are Judy Villablanca, Chris Frost, Lloyd Ahern, Brent Woodworth, Armin Ohanian, and Georgia Goldfarb. We'll hear from Judy Villablanca first.
Thank you. Judy, are you available?
I am available. The grant application submitted by city staff requested funding for removal of 100 dead and dying trees that are particularly dangerous to critical infrastructure and surrounding residences on private or public property, and tree removal is proposed to be done July 9th to September 3rd. Since I don't have the full grant text, I don't know how much the project scope can be modified at this point, but I feel that home hardening should have been prioritized before vegetation management, since it is proven to be the most effective strategy to prevent home loss and wind-driven fires. Malibu is not a forested area, and fire prevention strategies here should not focus first on tree removal, as may be needed in Northern California. Grant funding could have been requested to help residents, for example, install ember-proof vents. The city of Hidden Hills actually requested funding under this grant to underground power lines. This would also be, I think, a more effective use of the funding. However, if the project must remain as tree removal, I would suggest several needed modifications. The plan needs to add an expert arborist to identify trees that are truly dying or dead and truly dangerous to avoid unnecessary removal. Many trees damaged in Woolsey are still recovering due to the added impact of ongoing drought. And furthermore, even dead trees provide important wildlife habitat. We don't need to add needlessly to habitat destruction from the Woolsey fire. The timing of tree removal in July to September impacts nesting season and should be delayed until October. This also points to the need for an arborist who can identify active nests. The project should include planting replacement native trees. This would also increase carbon sequestration and climate resiliency, which are goals of the SMMC grant. Coastal oaks have been shown to function as excellent ember catchers in wildfires and would provide important replacement habitat, for example. The project specifically points to tree removal within the Woolsey fire scar. These areas of Malibu are least likely to have severe wildfire damage in this current year due to the recent fire versus focusing on eastern Malibu. Any clearance of invasive non-native plants along ingress-egress roads, which is discussed in the grant, that are evacuation routes should be done by mowing or weed whacking rather than disking, because this will allow regrowth of native plants and prevent further type conversion to non-natives, which actually increase fire risk. I think we can use this funding more effectively than proposed to reduce fire risk without destroying native habitat. I think the council should not support the message that we have to make a choice between those two equally important priorities. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Judy. Who's next, please?
Our next speaker is Chris Frost.
Hey, Chris, are you up?
I'm up.
Good.
Good evening again for the second time. The city of Malibu is seeking this grant funding to remove hazardous trees and reduce hazardous fuel conditions that exist within the city in order to protect life, property, and the environment. The removal of dead or dying trees and reduction of brush fuel within and around Malibu neighborhoods, infrastructure, and staging areas will aid in the control of wildfire and also result in the reduction of fuel load that will improve ingress and egress along roads. Grant funds will be used to hire a contractor to assist in the removal of 100 hazard trees and conduct 12 community chipper and green waste days throughout the city of Malibu. The city of Malibu recently developed a community wildfire protection plan, the CWPP, and these activities were identified in section 8.0 CWPP recommendations of the action plan. Removal of dead and dying trees that pose a threat to public health and safety and vegetation clearance in critical locations will reduce wildfire intensity and rate of spread. Defensible space and hardening your home is your property's frontline defense against wildfire. And the city does offer and will continue to offer home hardening assessments. Being ready for wildfire starts with maintaining an adequate defensible space and by hardening your home by using fire-resistant building materials. Defensible space is the buffer you create by removing the dead plants, grass, and weeds. This buffer helps to keep the fire away from your home. Hardening your home means using the construction materials that can help your home then withstand flying embers that will find weak spots in the construction, which will result in your house catching. It takes the combination of both defensible space and the hardening of your home to give your house the best chance of surviving a wildfire. And I want to point out a couple of definitions here. A hazard tree is considered hazardous if it has defects that may cause a failure, resulting in property damage, personal injury, or death. In other words, in order for a tree to be considered hazardous, it must have a structural weakness. Fuel is any combustible material, including vegetation such as grasses, leaves, ground litter, plants, shrubs, and trees that feed a fire. That fuel bed can be an array of fuels, usually constructed with specific loading, depth, and particle size to meet experimental requirements, also commonly used to describe the fuel composition in natural settings. Fuel loading is the amount of fuel present, expressed quantitatively in terms of weight of fuel per unit area. Probably one of the most important items in all of this is the fuel moisture content, which is the quantity of moisture in fuel expressed as a percentage of the weight when thoroughly dried at 212 degrees Fahrenheit. So fuel reduction which is the manipulation, including combustion and removal of these fuels to reduce the likelihood of ignition and to lessen potential damage and resistance to control. So, you know, to sum it up,
Chris, that's your time.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Who's next?
We have Lloyd Ahern.
Hello, Lloyd. Are you ready?
Yes, Paul, thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Lloyd Ahern. I am the representative from Malibu to the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy. Monday night, I voted along with 8 other board members to unanimously approve this project and this grant. The first speaker, Judy, spoke about stuff that was really not relevant to this project. She was talking about things that just aren't in the real world of what this is going to do. There's 2 things that I've learned being on the board. They are really focused on the environment, and they're focused on wildfires, because everybody in the COG and all the other board members are all concerned with, there is no environment when it's burned to the ground and all we have is black soot left. So when we start talking about things like that first speaker, Judy, was talking about, compared to what it is that, by the way, Chris, our new fire liaison gentleman, was the first time I saw him in that meeting, and he was lights out. He did a great job, and I hope you call on him tonight to get a little more perspective and see how he can explain this to you. And I know Drew is here also, but I'll just be real concise. We voted 9-0, a unanimous vote to approve this grant. It was talked about, went over. 2 things I'll say again. They are obsessed with the environment, and they are obsessed with wildfires. So if they can go 9-0, I think we can go 5-0. So thank you and good night.
Thank you, Lloyd. Who's our next speaker?
We have Brent Woodworth.
Brett, are you there? Brent, how are you there?
Unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Brent.
Okay, great. Well, listen, thank you very much, Mayor. I appreciate it. Also, just want to acknowledge again the City Council, Acting City Manager McClary, and I want to give a special thanks to especially the Chief Drew Smith and Megan Courier, unbelievable team that we have supporting us in the LA County Fire Department, especially in the Malibu area. So thank you very much for what you guys do. On the grant itself, just a little clarification as you go through it. There are only 3 sections in the grant that qualify. The first section is hazardous fuel reduction removal of dead or dying tree projects, which is what the city of Malibu is applying for. The second section which qualifies is planning projects, and we have a wildfire plan in Malibu. And the last section that qualifies is education. I happen to be a big fan of education. It has a very high return on investment, and it's something in the future, hopefully, we can invest in more and do that. What does not qualify and is specifically called out in the grant program is that it does not pay for structural improvements to habitable structures in the WUI, so that the fire prevention grant program is not intended to pay for any improvements such as, or not limited to, ember-proof vents, roof replacements, fire-resistant fencing, etc. Hopefully, in the future, that kind of money will be available. My comment there is it's something analogous to the California Earthquake Authority that was able to put up $3,000 against the average cost of foundation bolting of about $7,000. It would be great to see funds going to something such as the ember-proofing vents, where I think there isn't a single house in the WUI that shouldn't have those installed, and it doesn't cost $3,000 to do it. So hopefully we'll get some of that in the future. But I'm very supportive of it. I also think that if we focus on the highly combustible fuel load trees, and we do this in a carefully managed and closely administered manner, perhaps with the arborist input, we can be very, very effective in this. So I think it's a great first step, and we just need to keep going after additional funds like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brent. Who's our next speaker?
Have Armin Ohanian.
Armin, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hello, Malibu City Council. My name is Armon. I'm a Malibu resident in the Horizon Hills community. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I am all for this grant. Just to mention a few bullet points. Our area obviously was one of the worst hit areas since Woolsey Fire, which has been 2.5 years. Since then, I drive every day back and forth from Heathercliff to Trancas, and I see the same dozens of trees, pulled from their roots, knocked over, just laying there for them to magically disappear. This grant would be a perfect opportunity to remove these dead, combustible trees and, protect our community from any wildfire dangers. Obviously, fortifying a home with any types of, fire prevention measures is a possibility, but we also have to consider the cost. But absolutely, without a doubt, this is a mandatory item. Just along Cuthbert, there are 5-6 trees, ginormous trees, just laying on the floor, unrooted, and someone has to do something about those trees. I mentioned about a month ago that there was an incident where the trees from the strong winds knocked over into the trail area, and that could have severely damaged any hikers, any vehicles. So as a member of our Horizon Hills community, we try to be as proactive as possible. I think, as the prior guest speaker mentioned, we need a lot of community engagement. I noticed a lot of the homes that did burn were not being proactive with their brush clearance, with trimming the trees, or just taking precautionary steps to prevent fires from reoccurring. But as a community member, I could say, post Woolsey Fire, we are very active, and we would really appreciate if the council members voted a yes for this grant to make our area a more safe and a stress-free environment to live in. Thank you, council.
Thank you, Armin. Do we have any other speakers?
Our final speaker is Georgia Goldfarb.
Hi, Georgia. Can you hear me?
Oops. Whoops. Sorry. Hang on. There. My apologies. Oh no. Sorry, I have a new phone and I am having a little trouble cutting it off.
Well.
So it's done now though. Thank you for your patience. Yes, the major question on the grant proposal is whether these actions behind the dead and dying tree and brush fuel load clearance removal will do anything except create false assurances for residents and provide a paycheck for whomever is performing the work. I'm sure you all know that dead trees, i.e. snags, are essential for wildland habitat. They provide food and home for all manner of animals. Some birds preferably nest in snags after a fire. They provide soil replenishment. All of these are critical to the health of wildland habitat. Wildland habitat is under constant assault from development and people who believe removing habitat will provide them with a measure of safety. Of course, we know that the critical area for protecting a structure is within the first 5 feet of a structure, and secondarily, the approximately 70 feet from the house, according to a recent paper by, I believe it was Keeley and Safard. I do not see how this grant will specifically address either the immediate landscape concerns next to the structure, or as we've already talked about, house hardening, which is well documented to be the critical factor in protection against wildfire. Further, there is no mention, or perhaps I missed it, so apologies, of use of funds for invasive plant removal, which would provide a measure of safety since invasives increase wildfire risk and their removal will decrease further seeding of wildland and enhance wildlife health. Neither is there mention of using funds for reduction in ignition points, such as undergrounding electrical wires, as did Hidden Hills in their grant application. Also, please instruct your staff to cease defining wildlife habitat as brush and fuel load. There are several ecosystems here which have names: chaparral, coastal sage scrub oak woodlands, and there's more, or simply wildland habitat. These are accurate terms. Brush and fuel load relegate wildland habitat to a trash heap. It's offensive. It makes people think that wildland habitat is a threat and diverts their attention from the actual problem here, which is their house. Just as we would reject unscientific measures in medicine, so should we in interventions in wildland habitat. I hope Malibu is not going to rely on anecdotal accounts and personal opinions which are not scientifically supported in determining actions that we take to protect ourselves and the wildlands against wildfire. And in that regard, for whatever work is done, I strongly urge you to engage an eminently qualified arborist and land manager, David Magny, who works for CNPS, California Native Plant Society, manages
Georgia,
their
that's your
program.
time.
Thank you, Georgia.
I had a half a sentence.
Thank you. All right. Do we have a motion from the council or discussion from the council? Karen, and followed by Bruce.
Thank you, Paul. I would like to ask Chief Smith and Fire Safety Liaison Chris Brossard if they would like to address any of the comments that we've just heard in the last few minutes. And if not, I have some specific questions.
Yes, Karen, I would like to introduce Chief Drew Smith, and I would like Drew Smith to speak first, and then I will pick up after him. Go ahead, Drew.
Oh, great. Well, thank you for having me. And just looking at the public safety component on our, we'll call it wildlands, where there's a balance of nature and fire in our ecosystem with our people that recreate and live within the wildland community. There is sufficient science on both edges of this issue. I can tell you as a practicing fire behavior analyst that the reduction of hazardous trees play a role in that fire environment. I can tell you that the way that a fire transitioned across the landscape in different native fuel beds, which yes has habitat, which has this balance of wildfire risk and threat to the safety component of us all. There's scientific data both ways, but we're looking at two different components. One is habitat and its resiliency, and also the public safety and its resiliency. It comes down to the amount of fuel loading in whatever arrangement it is. Fuel is a term that is the supportive element to produce wildfire with an ignition based upon its flammability seasonally, and that is balanced. Live fuels or live native chaparral or our vegetation lives in an environment seasonally and has different moistures based upon soil moistures, based upon climatology. Dead trees or brush or chaparral that is dead creates a different fire environment that those that have water weight in them, which is a live evergreen native wildland watershed. The removal of a wildland fuel enhances the ability for tactical options because you have different set of energy release that comes out of the fuel bed and changes that fire environment that gives you the potential for a higher resistance of control. Right now, post-Woolsey fire, we do have the native vegetation that is coming back. It's going to take some time. We know what our fire frequencies are. The story has been told for 100 years on how fire crosses the landscape and under what conditions, whether it's an early summer fire or it's during our Santa Ana wind events. The story has been told before. So with the amount of vegetation that's out there and its arrangement, if it is a dead fuel that's only responding to environmental elements of outside air temperature and relative humidity and precipitation, it reacts differently than that live fuel that relies on soil moistures based upon precipitation. So with that being said, these aerial arrangement of a dead fuel, which the fuel is what provides the opportunity to fire to sustain combustion and travel, poses challenges within the firefighting efforts. And I understand the balance of the environment and the habitat and the role that it plays, but we have to find the balance of best practice on how we keep the public safety component as number one, property conservation is number two, and the environment is number three. But we can work that equation backwards as well. How do we look at environmental best practice to support property conservation and life safety as well? We have to work together on best practice for this because the story has been told over and over and over, and we need to work together on this best practice because of the fire potential environment that happens every year. And we have a blank canvas right now to work with. And I'll yield the rest of the time to Chris. Thank you for the time, and I'll take any questions that come up.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Drew. Chris?
I'd just like to add, thank you, Drew, for what you had to say. He put it perfectly. I just want to touch again on the hazard tree issue. You know, I spent 17 years as a wildland firefighter, and, you know, hazard trees are a big thing in the forest, in any community, in anywhere that there's fire that's been on a tree, it causes damage to a tree. And the reason that I'm a little passionate about removing some of these trees on the property and throughout the city is in the last 5 years of my career, I went to 3 funerals that were caused by trees. So trees are a killer. When they come down, they show no mercy. And it doesn't take an entire tree. It can take a limb about the size of your arm that falls and hits you on the head and can end someone's life. And for those, like Armand spoke earlier today, if you drive up to the end of Cuthbert, there's a property there, and you can see they had in the last wind event a good half dozen eucalyptus trees that were killed and burned during the Woolsey fire that came down and blew down on their property. And there's an example of those as you drive through Western Malibu. You know, the community has a lot of those. And the last thing I want to see is one of those trees come down and injure or kill somebody. So that's why I'm really passionate about the trees. The goal was set at 100 trees. We asked for funding to remove what we thought would be about an approximate cost to do 100 trees. Those costs may go up depending on the complexity of the trees. So if the trees that we get and we choose to remove are complex and the cost goes up, we may only get to 60 or 70 trees. If those trees that we get cost less than our original estimate, we may be able to remove a little more. So that number is going to fluctuate. It was just strictly an estimate for the grant purpose. It was a goal that I set. I thought that was a pretty good number, and that's what I was striving for. If you have any more questions, I'll be standing by.
Thank you, Chris. Bruce, you had your hand raised earlier.
Yes, but I thought Karen said she had some questions after hearing the comments.
Okay.
Well, I'll make it very brief. Thank you. Chris or Susan, we are continuing home hardening assessments, yes?
We are. Yes, we are.
Okay. Could you just let everybody know who's watching and for the record, how somebody would contact you and schedule one?
You're muted.
For anyone who's watching or anyone who wants more information on the home hardening program, go to the city's website under fire safety. On the right-hand side, there's a button that says book now. You can go on and you can schedule an appointment. and I will come out and I will meet with you, and we will have a home hardening assessment of your home and your property.
Chris, why don't you tell us what that costs the homeowner?
So that service is a free service provided by the city of Malibu, and it is zero cost to the homeowner. You go on the website, you book an appointment, depending on the size of your property and how many questions you have, takes anywhere between 45 minutes to 1 hour. Like I said, it depends on the engagement of the homeowner and the size of the property. I will walk your entire property with you. At the end, we will talk about some of the recommendations. I will then go back and I will type you out a written list of things that I found that were good and positive about your property, things that you've done. And then I will give you a list of things that I recommend for improvement, things that can be improved upon, anything from the screens to painting to putting hardy board on to stucco. The list is endless. And again, that service is free to the homeowners. All you have to do is go online and book an appointment, and I'm happy to come out and meet with every single resident in the city of Malibu.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. And I will just say, our family and 4 other neighbors, we coordinated with each other, and we had Jerry Vandermeulen come out and knock off 5 houses in one appointment. So you all might want to think about doing something like that. I will say for $324,000, if we could underground all the electrical wires in the city for that cost, I think we would have done it already. I would love to see that happen, but I think it costs a lot more. You know, 100 dead trees is a good goal. In 20 square miles of the city, obviously, there are more than that. Hopefully, we can find the most dangerous among them. And as Brent Woodworth pointed out, the grant is for certain things. It is not for structural improvement. So we've got to work with, you know, what we've been offered here and what we think the best bang for our buck is. So that's it for my comments. Thank you.
Any other comments? A motion, perhaps? Bruce?
You know, I have some comments and a couple questions. So procedural and substantive. I mean, procedurally, this is being presented to us as a fait accompli. I mean, the grant's already been requested, the grant's already been approved. It's not really like we're going to reject the money at this point in time. So obviously, our vote's a fait accompli as well, it seems. It does seem to me that any reasonable application for some portion of this funding probably would have been approved because, as we were just told, there were, I think, 9 applications, 9 approvals, if I understood that correctly. I would like to understand, and I don't necessarily need to do it now, although this might be a good time, how the scope and pricing was determined. You know, who made the decisions as to what to ask for, who was consulted? Was there a pre-grant submission negotiation among communities? I mean, why did we just settle on, we're going to ask for this particular amount of the pot of gold that was available to be divvied up among communities? Did the communities have some kind of private negotiation among themselves, and this is where we ended up? Or did we just unilaterally say, this looks like the amount of money we'd like to ask for, and here's a project that we can do for that amount of money? I mean, it's a strange process to me. On the merits, you know, this is a hammer nail type issue. When you're a hammer, every problem's a nail. We've heard community opposition, including by our 2 Parks and Recreation commissioners who both have problems with this proposal. We have community support, public safety commissioner, and fire safety experts. There's always a tension between environment and safety. It's highlighted even by the terminology that's being used. Chaparral, native vegetation, on the one hand, fuel on the other hand. I mean, different people come at this problem and look at it from a different perspective. When you have that kind of tension, you obviously have to strike a healthy balance. And it seems to me there were other projects that could have been proposed. I mean, Karen's absolutely right. $324,000 isn't going to underground all the utilities in Malibu, but undergrounding some is better than undergrounding none. So, you know, why was this chosen over that? Eastern Malibu is everyone believes the next likely place to have a fire. Why not harden Eastern Malibu as opposed to be working on dealing with dead trees in Western Malibu? And I'm not saying that's not important, But who made the decision as to what part of Malibu deserves the attention? These are all policy decisions that I would think are made in the first instance by council, not by whoever put this grant application together. In any event, safety is critical. When proposed safety measures negatively impact the environment, however, they need to be looked at carefully, just as the other direction. You can't just let the environment grow wild and not worry about safety. Although, there are some people who would say we shouldn't be living here. And there are other people who say, if you can buy the land, you can do what you want with it. So again, at the end of the day, I don't see how we have a choice but to approve this. I wonder whether we can't incorporate some of Judy and George's.
Is that a motion?
Well, let me just, my motion is this. Can we amend this? I don't know how you do it after it's been granted, but to incorporate the proposal that an arborist, someone on the environmental side, at least be added to the mix out of this fund, so that it's not simply being driven by the hammer that sees fire safety problems as the nail, as opposed to, and let the environmentalists have some kind of view in this too. And that's consistent with our mission statement and vision statement, I believe.
You'll be grateful to know that the city of Malibu has a city biologist who has to sign off on the removal of trees that are protected or endangered. So I can't, Steve, I'll get to you in just a second. So, okay, Steve, go ahead. You're muted still.
Just 2 points. I agree with Bruce. I'd like to see an arborist included in this. I don't believe the city biologist is going to go out with the people looking at the trees and determine if that one's dead or alive. So if it's possible to include an arborist in this effort, I would highly recommend we do that, if that's an achievable objective. And I just want to make a quick comment on, I thought Lloyd's participation in the MRCA and the meetings, I think, is admirable, and I want him to continue to do that and, protect our interests. But maybe, when you say that they're so concerned with fire, maybe you can convince them that Joe Edmondson should start clearing the brush, some of his properties next to the other places, to prevent fires from actually taking place. But I would like to second Bruce's motion, see if we can get an arborist in this program.
Okay, would you like to take the roll on that, Kelsey?
Was there, I don't think there was a motion, was there? Did I miss it?
There wasn't a motion.
I'd like to just a super quick comment. Thanks for everyone's input. Susan, would you just share with us how this came about? Because I think there's some confusion on that.
Yeah, we had very little time. So we got notified, I think I was, forwarded an email probably about April 15th or so. And we were provided very limited information as to what would be allowable projects. And the types of things that I was given, and I'm looking at the list right now, included hazard tree reduction, water storage tanks, retardant gel systems, items like this. Nowhere in the list did it indicate that undergrounding was even potentially allowable. So I was actually pretty surprised when I saw that Hidden Hills put in for that. Although I do know that that's not nearly enough for what we need for Malibu. Anyways, so once we had this very limited amount of knowledge or information about what was going to be an allowable project, we didn't have time to do a lot of community vetting and meetings, because it's just not possible. The first thing we wanted to find out is whether or not we could do projects that could be implemented on private property as well as public property. Because in terms of city-owned property, we don't really have that many impactful projects that we could do, but we knew that if we could include private property, then we could really expand what we could do. And so it took a while before we were assured that, yes, it's okay if you propose a project that includes private property. And I have to say that's highly unusual. Frequently for these kinds of grants, it's public property only, not private property. So we found that out, I'm not sure when, but it took several days. So essentially I told Chris, because we hired Chris as our fire safety liaison. He's an expert in wildland fire. He's been there, done that. So I asked him to make a recommendation based on what he's seen in Malibu as he's gone around with Jerry. And I think he even spoke with Jerry looking at our wildfire protection plan. which is in draft form at this point. And from what he could see, he recommended the hazard trees and the chipper bins because he's been involved with chipper bins before, and he thought it's a great way that also promotes public education. So it kind of has two benefits. You have the benefit of removing, doing some brush clearance on properties, but also an opportunity for public education. So we just went with it. We had very little time. We had to get the quotes for that, for those projects, which also takes time. And we just put it in. And just so you know, we're not bound to accept this grant because we do still have to bring it back to the city council. It is possible that you can choose that you don't want to do it. I understand that, this may not be desirable, but we are not bound to take this money. We still have the next step of accepting the grant. And it may be possible, we can ask if we could maybe modify to include an arborist, but right now that's not specifically listed in our grant application. But I'm sure we can ask to see if they would allow that to be included as part of our costs, if that was something the city council wanted us to do. Yes.
Thank you, Susan. Karen, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I have a question regarding the city biologist. Is there any qualification with the city biologist in the area of whatever it's called, arborism? Or would we have access to an arborist to coordinate with this project?
I can actually answer that one unless Lisa would like to.
I'm happy to. I was just going to mention that we do have an arborist on contract with the city that helps us review projects as we need them. So we do have that as a resource available to us if we need to incorporate that into this project. I don't know what the cost would be for that. And as Susan mentioned, perhaps we could consult with the Conservancy and see whether that's something we could include if the council so desires it.
Steve?
I'll make a motion that we approve this project with the condition that Susan does try and reach out to the Conservancy and see if we can include an arborist in the effort.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Bruce, you have a question?
No, before we vote, I do have a question before we vote. How is this pricing determined, and is it necessarily going to cost this amount? Because I know we're going to put out an RFP.
Yeah.
Are we going to try to get this done for less and do more, or are we just going to be saying, here's the found money that we're going to pay you?
It's just an average of what it costs to remove a tree. And mind you, this is not the full removal. We're not removing stumps. We're not grinding stumps. This is just cutting it down to the base. So Chris had reached out to some tree removal companies and they gave a range, and kind of the range ended up being approximately $3,000 per tree. So we know some will be a lot more than that. Some will be less. It's just an average because we had to put in something in the budget.
Well, they're going to get a bulk contract though, right? For a lot of work.
Yeah, I think it'll probably be a request for qualifications since we don't have specific trees that we can point to at this time, because it's going to be voluntary. We will be opening up to the community saying that if you have dead and dying trees on your property that you would like considered, you'd reach out to us. Chris will go out with, if we have the arborist, to go out and inspect the tree. And if it's deemed, yes, this one is a good one to remove, that'll happen. So right now it's nearly impossible for us to have a tree removal company give us a quote for trees that we don't even know which trees that they will be at this time.
But they're going to have to do that nonetheless.
Right. So we do a request for qualifications. So we pick a vendor that is qualified, that has experience with, we can maybe look at their costing and get a rough idea based on that. This is not an unusual type of thing you do for this kind of project.
Okay, I'm going to vote to approve this. I'm just hoping this doesn't end up being a pork barrel boondoggle for the tree removal company.
Okay. May I call the question? Kelsey, can you take the roll, please?
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Farrer?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
That takes us to item 4A, I believe.
No, we have,
Item number 3B5 was also pulled by the public.
I'm so sorry. Let's go to 3B5.
And I am checking now. The item was pulled by Marissa Coughlin, but it appears that she's left the meeting. So it's up to council discussion.
I would make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second to approve the employment agreement for interim city manager services between the city and Steve L. McClary. Any discussion? May we call the roll?
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, Steve, you're going to earn your money, Steve.
Can we get a brief break here? It's been.
I think that's a great idea. Let's be gone for, according to my phone, it's 7:56. How about we start again at 9:06?
How about 8:56?
8:56 right now.
The hour-long break sounds great, but
I was going to say, right, we know.
10-minute break? Sounds good.
Okay.
10-minute break. Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Paul.
Paul, you're muted.
Okay, thank you for returning so promptly, everyone. I would be like to reopen the meeting at this point. Is staff available?
Yes, we're ready for you.
Okay, next on our agenda is item 4A, a cannabis retailer storefront business license and public health permit ordinance. Can you give us a staff report?
Mayor Grisanti, I am going to turn this over to Pat Donegan, an attorney in our office. He's worked on this from its inception, and I'll let him give you the brief staff report. Pat?
Thank you, John.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Cotty, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. The purpose of the proposed ordinance before you tonight is to adopt by reference specific portions of the Los Angeles County cannabis licensing and cannabis public health ordinances, as well as adopt the county's cannabis emblem program. As you may be aware, the city contracts with the County of Los Angeles to process and issue business licenses in the city. The passage of Measure G in the city allowed adult use cannabis retailer storefronts subject to its regulatory scheme. In order to coalesce Measure G and the county's business licensing and permitting program, the proposed ordinance is necessary. The proposed county's cannabis licensing and public health ordinances call for certain application, licensing, and a few operational requirements. These are all geared towards consumer protection and health and safety requirements for cannabis activities. Further adoption will resolve lingering business license issues for city cannabis operators and ensure that city operators permitted under Measure G can properly obtain a business license. Further, the emblem program, it was one that would allow the city operators to apply for and receive an official emblem that would be posted visible to the public in the business. This would allow customers to frequent the city operators with full confidence that they're fully licensed and comply with all pertinent health and safety regulations. Further, staff is hopeful that this will further contribute to customers deciding not to frequent any unpermitted cannabis operators, either in the city or outside of the city. Because the county does not offer this bespoke cannabis business licensing, the city's ability to adopt a modified version of the attached is very limited. However, as proposed, the city does not anticipate any city operators having any substantive issues with the process that would prohibit them from operating and is thus consistent with Measure G. I'm, of course, available for any questions, as is Ms. Brooks from the Planning Department, who collaborated extensively on this item. And further, I do believe a representative from the county is also on, should you have any questions for them. And that concludes my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Patrick. Do we have any, are we at public comment, I would imagine, at this point?
You are at public comment, but you don't have any speakers signed up for this item.
Good. Any council comments and discussion, Bruce?
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. Is the contracting out part of this, part of the ordinance, or is that completely, I know there's an agreement, but is the agreement required by the ordinance, or is that a completely separate concept?
So the contract for this specific, i.e. cannabis business licensing, is kind of, the county basically has a specific one for cannabis business licensing. I know that there's a separate contract with the county for kind of the more general business licensing. Due to the nuances of the cannabis ordinance, the county kind of has this specified contract for cannabis business licensing.
Yeah, no, I get that. I think my question was awkwardly phrased. Is the ordinance itself something that's requiring us to do this by contract with the county, or is that or does the ordinance simply deal with what you need to do to license, and then we are contracting with the county to enforce the ordinance for us?
Correct. Yeah, it would be the latter. The county basically says, hey, for us to enforce this, you have to A, pass it, and then B, here is kind of our contract to enforce it. So the ordinance does not mandate we sign this contract.
Okay, so if 3 years from now we should decide the contract's not working out, we want to take it over, we wouldn't have to amend the ordinance.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any financial benefit to the county from being responsible for this that we're giving up? I understand it's not going to cost us anything, but are we giving up any potential revenue by contracting away the fines and other things?
No, I mean, the only fees in the ordinance are kind of your typical business license application fees. So I guess and once again, Ms. Brooks may have to jump in. I mean, I guess in theory, if the city wanted to attempt to do it in-house, they could retain those fees. Once again, those fees are only meant to recoup the cost of the service provided. So there wouldn't be any lost revenue, so to speak. There wouldn't be any lost money gained. It would basically just be a cost recovery.
Right. I figured that was the case with the fees, because I understand fees have to be at cost. But what about fines? Do fines result in revenue to the licensing entity, or do fines also have to somehow correlate to the cost?
I mean, so for any fines under the cannabis business license ordinance, if they were violating and the city said, hey, you don't have a business license, the city could issue an administrative citation that would come to the city. It would not go to the county. Now, as a part of this, there is some level for the county to, and once again, I believe this deals specifically with its emblem program. They are a bit protective over that. So in theory, the county, if someone, but this goes for everything. If someone wanted to attempt to post a kind of a fake or a fraudulent emblem, they may have some enforcement powers as well.
Okay, I may have misread I may not have understood the agreement, but it says that the county shall have the exclusive right to any fees, fines, or costs collected for this. And that would be that's fine with me if this is too cumbersome for us, or if this is at cost. I'm just trying to understand if we're giving up any revenue above not profit, not just inflow, but profit by contracting this out.
Correct, and that is one of the reasons we brought that agreement to you in a draft form. It's not signed, so that concern is noted. I did not think that it was, but we can for sure make sure that's resolved in the agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Mikey?
Yeah, Patrick, as I understand it, two parts to this. There's the licensing, which we don't license businesses, so that's something we don't want to start for two businesses in Malibu. And also, it's enforced by county health department, and we don't have a health department. Does that kind of sum up how that whole thing works right there?
Correct. I mean, so the portion of the public health ordinance, i.e., if you have somehow tampered with cannabis products, but nonetheless, we would still be able to enforce it. If someone just didn't have, flouted this and said, hey, we're not going to get a business license, the city would still be able to, enforce that. Albeit that you're right, that the county does have that county health department to ensure
the enforcement issue.
Correct.
All right, thank you. And I'll make a motion to approve.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Mayor
Okay.
Grisanti, there is one small issue the council needs to change the recommended action. When we originally published this for the May 10th meeting, we were going to be able to meet the noticing requirement to bring back the second reading and adoption of the ordinance on May 24th. Since the meeting's been delayed, we can't meet that noticing requirement anymore, so we'll have to bring it back on June 14th.
I'll amend my motion to with the stated dates.
Same.
Thank you.
Anything else? Can we call for the question?
I am ready if you are. Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring? Councilmember Euring, I believe you're muted.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I believe it takes us to item 4B. An amendment to the local coastal program and Malibu Municipal Code allowing standalone surface parking lots in commercial zones as a conditionally permitted commercial use.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Planning Commission.
Paul, I'm going to
Yes.
have to, I got to recuse myself from this one. This came in front of the Planning Commission.
Okay.
So I'll see you guys later.
It's not a, it's an ordinance. It's not a particular party's application.
This is a legislative item.
Right? I don't have to recuse myself.
Correct. This isn't a quasi judicial application where someone's.
Come on. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
It's even
Thank
better.
you for straightening that out.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem. Good evening, members of the council. What we have before you tonight is we've returned with the zone text amendments and amendments to the coastal program if the council chooses to adopt them to allow for surface parking lots within specific zoning districts, the commercial general, the community commercial, and commercial neighborhood districts with a conditional use permit. If I may have the next slide, please. So just a quick description of what you have before you this evening. This would be, as I mentioned, allowing through a conditional use permit, so not a permitted by right use, but a use that would only be available to one who obtains a permit, a conditional use permit through the Planning Commission. And we also revised the commercial development standards and I'll go into further about the inclusions and the comments we've received over the past few meetings. So we have revised commercial development standards. And once again, this is standalone parking, meaning that this would allow for a parking lot without having some other use, like a commercial building. There would be a restaurant, gas station, retail store. This would allow for the primary use to be a parking lot. And this item before you is only for surface parking. Subterranean parking lots or above ground parking structures are not part of this. Next slide, please. This is a brief history of this zone text amendment and amendment to our coastal program. It was initiated about 4 years ago by the City Council. A year later, the council provided some direction on this. There were a few attempts to schedule a Zoracis meeting, but we had an issue with the lack of quorum, then with COVID. That meeting finally took place. And then early last fall, we took this to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission made a recommendation on this ordinance and it was brought back to a previous council. There are new members now, and they gave us direction and asked us to bring it back early this year, first quarter of this year. If I may have the next slide, please. At the November 23rd council meeting, the council heard this and no action was taken other than to give direction to staff that we would include the comments. There were 3 comments at that hearing that were submitted by John Mazza. And also there was another incorporation that the council asked if we would look at a needs study prior to the adoption of the ordinance. If I may have the next slide, please. And so that takes us to where we are tonight. So over the last couple months, what we did is we did incorporate, as I mentioned, the 3 comments that were raised by John Mazza through his letter that was given to the, shared with the council. And then the 4th item came from the council, which also was something that came up at the Planning Commission hearing, and that was a needs assessment prior to the adoption of this ordinance. And also, that needs assessment would go into perhaps a cap. How much of this do we really need in the city? So we did look into this. We had a discussion with our consultant that we use as for traffic guidance. He's from a company called Kimley Horn. And what was explained to us was that in order for us to do such a study, there would need to be some sort of criteria to study. Some assumptions would have to be made, some direction would have to be given. That direction I feel is beyond staff, we would really need to get that type of direction from Zoe Races through the council, like we do for other types. We do ordinances. We come forward and we have a public discussion on what are we going to study. For example, perhaps we'd want to break up the city into different zones. Have one out in the western end, more central Malibu and eastern Malibu. Look at perhaps what needs to be done differently in those areas. Do they need parking at all? These types of things we would want to develop in a public forum. And the second reason of why we did not incorporate this at this time, and we're coming back and asking if the council wants us to do this under council direction, is the cost. This would not be something that would be within the amount of monies that could be approved by a director. This is something that would need to go to our admin and finance committee for a recommendation. Possibly, if we don't want to use the city's consulting firm that we use, Kimley Horn, this may be something we want to issue an RFP for to find a consultant to do this work. So I wanted to raise those issues. Those are what we found, and that's the reason why that wasn't incorporated in what you have before you this evening. And so the council here has, we're asking for direction. You have an opportunity to do one of two things. So one would be that we stop work on the ordinance and we move in a direction that attains a needs assessment and traffic study to figure out should there be a cap, perhaps include those standards. Or the other option is to proceed forward and put the onus of this and the costs, have that board by the applicant as part of their CUP process. As part of the CUP process, a applicant would need to demonstrate to the Planning Commission that there's a need for that parking lot, there's a need for that amount of parking. So really it boils down to a question of, do we want to do that as part of the ordinance or push it on to the applicant? If I may have my next slide, please. What this ordinance does is if somebody were to do just strictly standalone parking, it does remove some of the requirements that currently face parking lots today, which are a limitation on parking in the front and side yard setbacks. There are landscaping and open space requirements, and also there are some limits, parking lot attendant kiosks. Those are things that are currently not allowed. However, we would be essentially attaining the same goals we would be granting these as part of the ordinance. And so parking would be allowed in the front yard now. But what we're doing so that the impacts are the same is that we're requiring perimeter screening from all sides or all streets, so that if you were a corner lot or along Pacific Coast Highway, there would have to be some sort of landscaping so you don't see the parking lot. So that's achieving the same goal as having a front yard setback. There is the requirement for a 50% shade canopy provided through the landscaping plan and the trees. And then also we have a requirement on permeable surfaces. We're looking for at least 30%. And once again, that addresses the landscaping and open space requirements in our code. So trying to get the water back in the ground and not have so many hard surfaces. If I may have the next slide, please. So these are the landscaping requirements that are in the ordinance. It's required to have 50% tree canopy shade coverage in 10 years. We have the requirement of essentially 1 tree per 3 parking spaces. That 1,200 foot number that you see there, that accounts for 3 parking spaces as well as the movement areas adjacent to, so the drive aisle, the backup area that would be directly adjacent to those 3 parking spaces. At the recommendation of the city arborist, the plants should be at a minimum 15-gallon or 24-inch box trees. That would be the size that should be planted at the time of construction. And then we would also have a listing of trees that folks would be able to select from if someone is doing this project. So there would be a tree planting guide, and also any pruning work, major pruning work, would be supervised by the city arborist. and the reason, or city approved arborist, I should say, and also the topping of trees would be prohibited. And the reason for that is that we want to maintain that softness of landscape to break up the visual massing of parking lot or cars, so that we don't want those trees to be essentially trimmed down to a stick and then just let to grow back and then trimmed down again. It would be more of an ongoing maintenance. It would be the requirements of this ordinance so that you maintain that green coverage. Next slide, please. As part of the process, these, as I mentioned, would require a coastal development permit and conditional use permit. That would mean a public hearing before the Planning Commission and all events. Conditional use permits are not administrative. As written now, as I mentioned, the traffic study, the needs assessment would all be put on the applicant to demonstrate that to the commission before anything's approved. And there would, as we mentioned, an access and utilization study. And also these could be used for temporary uses. There is also going to be a requirement of a landscape maintenance agreement that would be recorded on the property. And the reason for that is in case there is a change of ownership. There would also be a copy of the approved plans as part of that maintenance agreement, and a compliance review at 10 years to make certain that the landscaping is achieving its goals, meaning that there are the performance markers, the size of the trees, what we're looking for in landscape coverage is actually occurring. That is the primary purpose of that compliance review, in addition to looking at the lot, but it has to do with the landscaping. If I may have my next slide, please. So what staff is looking for this evening is, as I mentioned, there's two paths here. One is that the council could provide us with additional direction regarding a needs assessment, and we would proceed down that path. Or we could introduce the reading of the ordinance and schedule the ordinance for a second reading. I'm realizing we would most likely have to change that date because of the change in where we are with the hearing being postponed to tonight. And then also we have placed all of the guidelines for the tree selection and planting plans as part of a resolution so that it could be more easily changed in the future if the council or if the city finds that there is a need to be changing that. It could be done without an ordinance. So I am available for any questions, as well as our contract planner who helped draft this document. And as I mentioned, what we're looking for tonight is either a recommendation on how to move forward here or adoption of the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I believe that puts us at public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, you have 4 speakers signed up. They're Lynn Norton, Pat Healy, Georgia Goldfarb, and Ryan. We'll hear from Lynn Norton first.
Thank you. Are you available, Lynn?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So my question is, why are we even thinking of doing this? I probably didn't follow it all from the very beginning, but I can't think of a citizen need that this is going to fulfill. Like, what do we think we're going to accomplish? How is the city going to be better for having done this? If we're doing it to serve private requests for parking, such as for Pepperdine, it can only, in my mind, end up bringing more traffic. I don't see how we're going to retire any parking by doing this. Whenever I've talked to people, like tried to take the pulse of what were the most important issues in Malibu, it's always traffic, and PCH is always the #1 issue. And I don't see how this would not have a detrimental effect. And I just don't see any positive for it, like how the city ends up being better off by doing this. And I vaguely know some details about this. I'm not that informed, but I know about the whole MTA thing. And even that, I would question whether or not we should just give the money back as opposed to creating a park and ride lot, which I can't even imagine any Malibu citizens using. So anyway, I would just like to hear from anybody who thinks this is a good idea, how Malibu as a city is going to be better off by having this, and how the citizens will be better off. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Who's next?
We have Pat Healy.
Hi, Pat.
Good evening, Council. I'd like to congratulate our new city manager and welcome him. I wish him well. I put in on behalf of the Coalition for Slow Growth comments, but I got more input on it from other supporters of slow growth, and we've changed our recommendation. We're asking that you reject this proposal outright and not follow through on it. As Lynn said, it doesn't benefit any of the residents. It'll just create more traffic, and so we would like that to happen. Now, it was our understanding, and the reason we gave our original recommendation was that former council in 2017 talked about the park and ride situation on the 3 city-owned parcels. They never talked about privately owned development or privately owned property. And they suggested that on the triangle parcel that it be above ground parking, on the Ioki partially underground parking, and on the 3rd parcel, which is Heathercliff, all underground parking. And so this whole idea is staff initiated, and that was admitted by Joyce Parker at the Zerasis meeting. And so we don't see that there's any reason for it. But if you have to have above ground parking at this moment in time on the triangle parcel, we're asking that you follow Christy Hogan's suggestion that she made in November, that you make it an overlay district and not change the zoning to allow above ground surface parking on all the commercial properties. That's a very, very bad idea, and it shouldn't even be considered. And as far as changing the commercial zones, if you want to go in that direction, it's not exempt from CEQA. It requires an EIR on the whole project to determine, among other issues, the aesthetic, traffic, noise impacts, to study the impact on a parcel by parcel basis, is piecemealing and is not allowed under CEQA. The council hasn't even been told the number of acres affected. A rough estimate in the Civic Center alone that slow growth made, it could entail 30 to 40 acres of standalone parking, possibly. And the commercial owners of undeveloped property will obviously jump at the opportunity, put parking lots on their parcel until it's financially viable for them to develop the parcel for another commercial use. And
Pat, that's your time.
Oh, sorry. I just want to say that they shouldn't be given this windfall to the detriment of the residents of Malibu.
Thank you, Pat.
Our
Who's
next
next?
speaker, we have Georgia Goldfarb.
Hi, Georgia. Are you available?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Okay. I oppose the conversion of city lands to parking lots. I can't think of many things that would be more of an anathema to the basic tenet of Malibu and its committed vision to protect the natural beauty and wildlife habitat of these mountains. Wildlife habitat is increasingly stressed by drought and diminished by development. Not to use this land for wildlife habitat until the final designation for its use has been made, but rather pave it over, which will significantly contribute to long-term soil destruction, is nothing but appalling. We do not need more pavement absorbing heat to contribute to climate warming, and in fact, it would contribute to local warming. We need the opposite, the cooling effect of plants and the provision of wildlife habitat to support the biodiversity of life in these mountains. So I urge you to remove the invasive plants on these properties, that's for sure, but also to provide thoughtful restoration of native habitat until some decision is made about the ultimate development use. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia. I believe Ryan's next.
Yes, Ryan is our last speaker.
Thank you. I agree with all of the prior speakers that this is a premature item that was staff initiated, and the staff is not here anymore to even explain how this grew legs. So I think that the item should be tabled and that you should not act or approve upon it. I see it as a real boondoggle in that it would be a foot in the door once a parking lot is paved and created, that some superior state or county or federal agency would say, hey, there's a parking lot. Let's put the overnight sleeping in vehicles on that site, and we're going to spread it all out. The city will have no say in it. It'll be like these group homes that the city spent, I think it was 9 years lobbying against group homes, concentration of these non-neighborhood inducive uses. So the other big problem is the potential use for business purposes to export problems, especially like we were about to hear tonight, of over-concentrated uses on one side of Pacific Coast Highway where there's a beautiful ocean view, and exporting the undesirable uses like parking onto the opposite side of PCH and expecting the patrons or valets to drive and run across PCH continuously to export these problems beyond the business use parameters. The circumvention of proper provisioning of parking for business use is a real big problem. It's a CUP issue we inherited, and it needs to be dealt with, not ignored. That was something that Joyce Parker was working on. I see she's on the call tonight. And in fact, staff made a big mistake in interpreting this as a transportation traffic engineering problem. It is not. This is a zoning and a usage and a planning and possibly congestion management program. It's certainly not something that Kimley Horn should weigh in on. I don't know how that happened, but this whole thing is premature. I'd ask you not to take action on it, and at this point, I would oppose it. We're just not ready for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. I believe it's come back to the council now, correct?
Correct.
And I don't have I can only see Mikey. I can't see anybody else. Mikey, you're in. Okay.
I have to agree with the speakers mostly. I just think with everything going on right now, I know this started before any of us were on city council, and here it kind of lands now. I don't feel in any way prepared or the need to make this kind of decision right now. I don't think it feels like we're trying to create a solution for a problem that we haven't quite identified the need for, which has been mentioned by the speakers, with one exception. The only exception to me that I have is the triangle lot. And that concerns me because I don't, I applaud the previous city council for buying all this land and doing what they had to get it. So I get it. I totally do. And that $3 million, I believe it's $3 million, I can be corrected by Lisa, made that possible. I don't think paying that money back makes any sense at all right now, especially. And I don't know, and I think it's been addressed, but I don't know if there's any sort of sunset on that or any sort of trigger mechanism on those transportation funds or how that works. So as far as creating a standalone parking lot in commercial zones based on a CDP, I don't see the need right now personally, and I don't know that we have the resources or ability to develop the triangle lot even if we want to right now. But at the same time, I see that lot as an issue that we need to figure out at some point because we have a sizable investment related to that lot. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Mikey. Karen, I see your hand.
Thanks, Paul. The Triangle lot. I know that we received Metro funds for that purchase, which was completed right before Mikey and I were elected in September of 2018. I thought it was $2 million, something like that. Okay. I would like to ask Richard or Lisa or anybody else, are we on a timeline with the Metro funds? Is there a clock ticking on using those funds? What is the definition of a park and ride? I don't think we have a whole lot of people who would park there and go to, you know, Beverly Hills or Century City or downtown. So how are we defining a park and ride, or how does Metro expect us to define it? And what are the merits or not of making it an overlay district? So I'm just talking about the Triangle lot right now.
Lisa, do you want to weigh in on that?
Sure, I can weigh in on part of it, and then maybe Richard can weigh in on the rest. So to be clear, when we did the land acquisition in 2018, we put together money from a variety of sources to be able to achieve it. And that included almost $7.4 million of Metro funds. The entire allocation for the Triangle parcel, which was $3.2 million, came from those Metro dollars. And in addition to that, there was other pieces of funding that went to the Heathercliff lot and to the Ioki parcel. So, and the obligation on those dollars is that it was related to parking on all those sites. And I don't know, I think Elizabeth is on here. She may be able to let me know. There isn't a ticking clock, although their interest was that we get this done sooner rather than later. We've bought time. I mean, we've bought time in many things related to construction and other kinds of projects because we immediately had a fire after the acquisition. We then now have had COVID. I think there's a lot of leniency out there from some of these agencies because of all the disasters that we've faced in Los Angeles County. But there was an indication from them that they really wanted us to move forward, and specifically to move forward on the Triangle parcel, because that was clearly the easiest. It was only going to be parking. They understood that on the other sites, there were other uses that needed to be considered and planned out. But since this was going to be a single use, I think their interest was that would move forward more quickly. Is there a hammer hanging over us? No, I think the timing, again, we have a little bit of grace period because of all the disasters, but that is out there, and they were wanting us to move forward. And in terms of funding, there will be Metro dollars available to us that we can program to do the construction. So it isn't, again, it's not general fund dollars, it is Metro money that could be programmed for those uses. In terms of park and ride, I understand what you're saying. There's not potentially a lot of people taking public transportation, parking there and taking public transportation. I think there had been an exploration of whether this could be used as parking for some of the businesses, and then in a shuttle that could happen. That was one of the things that was explored. Again, prior to COVID, we were looking at doing a trial run of that last summer, and that became impossible during COVID. Regarding an overlay district, I leave that to Richard. I don't really have an answer about that.
Richard, I think that's your cue.
That's my cue. So, as Lisa mentioned, we were, for the needs part of this, we were looking at perhaps some sort of temporary use permit or something. Last summer was a thought to address a lot of the employee parking for some of the businesses in the Carbon Beach area like Nobu and Soho. Because of the parking issues we're having there, the idea was to try to get the employees, because those could be controlled by the management, to get them out of those lots, out of the public parking on Pacific Coast Highway, which in the case of Nobu, that's right next door to a condo complex, and those folks were looking to use that public parking. So the idea was that perhaps businesses would be interested in doing a shuttle service as a way to see if that would have an impact. And then in terms of some options, the council, yes, we could investigate doing some sort of, as I mentioned earlier, perhaps only in this one area of the city, perhaps in the civic center area, there be an overlay district, or we could also look at limiting this to only certain types of zoning districts. For example, the zoning in the civic center is pretty much unique to the civic center. There aren't many other parcels like that around the city. So it could be limited through zoning designation type. We could also do, an overlay district in a certain area. So those are options that are available.
Richard, is it possible to do an overlay district for one? I think the Triangle Project parcel is actually two parcels. Is it possible to do an overlay district that covers just those two parcels?
I would say yes, we could. That would not be unique. For example, the condo complex, I think they call themselves Carbon Beach Terrace. That's the Patriot Homes Overlay District. That was the name, I think, of the development company before we were a city. And that's called the Patriot Homes Overlay District. And it's that one lot.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? May I speak? Okay, I want to thank Pat for pointing out that the overlay district idea was originally proposed by Christy Hogan. And I think it's a very good solution to, I know everybody's uneasy about making everything capable of having a standalone parking lot. I think that the Triangle parcel is large enough to further explore an idea that has been around for a while of trying to do something to get the Carbon Beach employee parking off of Pacific Coast Highway to make room for the residents to park and the people who are actually coming to those businesses to park. So that's a thought. And I'm very pleased to hear that there are Metro funds that are actually available for the construction. And I also am aware that at least at one point, Tesla was looking for the capability of utilizing part of any lot, putting chargers in it, and which would we would be compensated for. And none of those things are, the be all and end all. But I think that I like the standalone parking lot idea as far as it being a specialized overlay district. Bruce?
Thanks. So I agree with much of what everyone has said, especially the public speakers. There are three options here, not two. Just want to start off by saying that. We were told there's two options: either give direction for further study, or approve it. Obviously, third option, which has been mentioned here, is reject it. So that is an option. And I got to say, that's where I'm leaning, because I think the overlay district is a totally separate conversation. It's not something we can approve tonight or are ready to approve. We have to get that investigated. But I'd be in favor of outright rejection for all the reasons that have already been articulated, plus 6 pages more that I have. But I would be willing, as a compromise, if there's not support to reject it outright, to send this back, to vote to send this back to Zeracis for a study, which includes an EIR, because we cannot piecemeal our city. I mean, parking lots not only fly in the face of our mission and vision statements, they spit in the face of them. But doing it piecemeal makes it even worse. We absolutely have to have an overall understanding of where we're headed. So I suspect, based on comments that have already been made, that I don't need to go into all of the reasons why we should just outright reject this. But I will if it looks like, if there's going to be a vote to approve it. Again, I'd be willing to compromise and send it back for a real further study. With respect to the overlay district, I want to say, I personally think it's insane for us to be using property we spent millions of dollars for local businesses to use for their employees. That's their financial problem that they should be solving, not ours. If we have to go that route, though, that's certainly preferable to opening up the city to parking lots. But I would like to explore, at least, I don't know if we'll get there, but I would like to explore what it would take to be able to be freed of the obligation to create parking, full stop. I mean, my understanding is we purchased a number of properties, including the Triangle Lot, which we didn't necessarily want to purchase because we had to purchase them as a package. But now that we own it and didn't want it, there's no reason why we can't explore selling it with appropriate restrictions as to what could be done with it. And we may actually make back all, or at least a material portion of the money we need that we're required to otherwise forego to make that into a parking lot. So I mean, that hasn't even been discussed. There may be other ways in which we can solve the problem of having saddled ourselves with this parking obligation. Well, I'm just looking through my notes because I'm not going to go through all these things, but it absolutely is also, it is a boondoggle or a windfall to private property owners to all of a sudden change the playing field and say properties that were sold on the understanding that they could not be developed as parking lots, and who else knows what else they could be done, are now going to be able to be so developed. There are going to be neighboring properties which have greater value without a parking lot sitting next to them. They're going to be harmed. We absolutely need an overall understanding of where this is going, who's going to be benefited, who's going to be detrimented. Is there a way to make reparations for anyone, from the people who are benefited to the people that are detrimented? But again, I think we ought to just say no to parking outright and have a study done, at least for the overlay district, or whether there's other things we can do to avoid that obligation.
Thank you, Bruce. Steve?
Yeah, I tend to agree with the speakers. And Lynn Norton, I think specifically, I'm not sure what the benefit is to the residents right now if we do this. And I just, I have another thought. When we bought these properties, we went to the residents and said, we're going to give you a chance to tell us what you think we ought to do with them. And I think we ought to do that, right? I mean, I look at the Triangle property and I understand the desire to make it a parking lot, but there may be better things we can do with that property to make it look more like Malibu, maybe a Malibu museum or something. I just, I'm not, aesthetics are not my bailiwick there, but boy, I sure like to see something other than a parking lot in the center of our city. Sort of the first thing people see as they come driving through there. So I'm going to vote against this tonight. That's all I got.
Thank you, Steve. Bruce, and then Karen?
Yeah, I'll be really quick on this. I just a question I forgot to ask, which is, and I forgot it again. Oh, just a point. We're clearly not under a deadline on satisfying the obligation to create parking. Everyone knows there's no obligation. I have to believe, and I'd like to be told if I'm wrong, we're at least 2 years away from being forced to do anything. That gives us a lot of room to make careful, prudent decisions.
Thank you, Bruce. Karen?
Yeah. Question for Richard, or yeah, probably Richard. given the size and shape of that triangle parcel, what other practical uses do you see for it?
Our commercial development standards are pretty strict. And that's one of the reasons why you don't see much commercial development. It's usually remodels or like La Paz or something large. Just off the top of my head, it would probably be a smaller structure. It could be, I'm sure some sort of retail could open there, but it would be I can't imagine the building would even be as big as the building that would be across the street from it, the drugstore and Dr. Benya's office. I think you're probably talking about half of that size of a building. It would be small.
Okay, so between floor area ratio, parking setbacks,
and open space requirements.
Open space, everything. Okay. So if it were to be used for businesses that are having a grossly negative impact, like Nobu and the Soho House, if it were used for employee parking, is there a mechanism to charge a monthly fee, per car fee? Something. I mean, we would want to recoup those costs. Obviously, the city, I wouldn't support the city paying for a shuttle for anybody's private business, but there is a hugely negative impact along that stretch of the highway. And with the center lane and the U-turns, and nobody can figure out how to get into the center lane, and so they're sticking out at a diagonal and blocking the number one lane. You see that all the time. Cars backed up waiting to turn in. It's a mess down there. So if this could relieve that, is there a mechanism for us to make this cost back?
That's a question I would have to ask Lisa. I'm not too sure because the answer in general is yes. I just don't know if the Metro funds would preclude us.
I'd never been in a park and ride lot that didn't have a pay. Maybe they aren't supposed to have pay stations, but the ones I've been in have had pay stations. And it doesn't seem ridiculous that it would have pay stations. And I think that Nobu, for example, is tired of being beaten up by the Planning Commission justly because they have been so successful that their employees, who they have many of, cause a lot of inconvenience for people who are trying to utilize Pacific Coast Highway. And my concept that I'm thinking of is that we would get them to pay in advance on a monthly basis for a certain number of spaces. And their employees would be required to use it. And Nobu would also have to pay for the employee shuttle. I'm not suggesting the city would pay for anything. Bruce?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we kill this and we can explore at a future meeting what to do with the triangle lot and how to satisfy the Metro Fund issue.
I will second the motion. I'd like to make a quick comment here. It's obviously we've just focused down pretty much to one lot that's worth discussing, and it could solve some problems, create some problems, has opportunity, like was pointed out. As far as I know, the Nobu and the other businesses down there have offered to pay for a shuttle. That's what came up last year, as I understood it, which makes sense. It's interesting that Karen brought up the idea that we could actually make money on the lot, because it kind of feeds into Steve's idea of how do we make more money? Or was it, maybe that was an A&F we were talking about that. But I think this goes back to a conversation I had with Jefferson Wagner outside his store. where he first told me the idea of the shuttle. I think what's interesting, the issue we have to solve, not related to this tonight, so I probably shouldn't even go there, is that we approve the parking plans for businesses that now have more employees than spots on their lot. And that's the case with Nobu. They have more employee cars that show up in one day in a shift than they have in their lot. And that's just the employees.
And they don't allow any of them to park in that lot.
And so that is a huge impact on those residents. That has been for years. So I don't want to forget that. I'm not saying the triangle lot necessarily is the way to solve it, but it is a huge issue which we created by allowing it as a city, not intentionally, because I've long seen as a planning commissioner that most parking lots in the city work unless you're successful. Then they don't work. So if you're a success in Malibu, you will crush the parking in a huge area. And that's, some businesses. So anyhow, I'll second the motion. It looks clear we want to come back at this a different way, and I just do want to say I appreciate past city councils for creating this problem, getting us the land, and now, we're finding some details and the devil in the details, and that's fine. That's our job. So that's where I'm at on that.
Mikey, if you could add something about directing staff to come back with something more extensive about a special overlay district for this one parcel.
It was Bruce's motion. I'll let Bruce take a stab at that.
Yeah, well, what the motion was to reject this proposed ordinance and also give staff direction to develop with Zorasis, I would think, a proposal for what to do with the triangle lot or otherwise solve the Metro Fund issue.
Is that enough direction, Richard, Lisa? Or is that a little wishy-washy there, or what do you, feels like it floats a little bit maybe, but what do you think?
I mean, for my purposes, we can certainly put together an analysis of the Metro agreement and provide that all so that this council has all that information, or if it's going to Zorasis, we start there. From Richard's perspective, I don't know, in terms of talking about an overlay district, that he needs to answer that piece.
Yes. So
I can make it more specific. Just it's reject this proposal and direct staff to work with Zorasis to develop plans for the triangle lot.
And my second stands.
And we can use Zorasis almost as more of a working group, and we could look at a specific plan, or an overlay district, so that for that particular lot, if that's, that seems to be the council's wishes. I think we're heading that direction tonight. We could schedule that for Zorasis and work with that and consider this tonight being essentially initiating the amendments to get that started.
Thank you. Steve, I saw you wave your hand a minute ago.
I was just going to say, bringing it back to Zorasis and giving the community a chance to comment on that and giving us the chance to flush it out there, I think it's a good idea.
Okay. Well, it's clear that there's no appetite to create standalone parking lots all over the civic centers. So why don't we call the question?
I just didn't understand Richard's last comment about this would start the amendments necessary to do something. I didn't get that.
An overlay district would be in the code. We would have to amend the section of the code. We have a special zones. I forget the exact title in Chapter 17, and it's also in our local coastal program. But essentially, if I understand the council correctly, what they would like us to do is create an overlay district that would be for that particular lot with specific development standards that would be associated, and we with that lot, and those development standards, to get the council member Euring's point, would be something that we would come up with publicly at Zorasis.
Right. So no, that wasn't my motion. That might be where we go, but my motion was reject this proposal and direct staff to work with Zoracis to determine what to do with the triangle lot. It may be an overlay district, it may be something else. Not direct them to work on an overlay district, direct them to work on what to do with the lot.
So in that case, what we would do then is go to Zoracis, get direction there, and then I think the appropriate thing would be to return to the council.
Can I suggest that it might work better, Bruce, if we just start by rejecting this?
Fine.
So are you and Mikey acceptable to that?
I am.
Mikey?
Yes.
Kelsey, can we call a question, please? Call the roll.
Just 1 second.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Abstain.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion
Okay.
carries.
Can I see a motion having sending this back to Zoracis? Bruce?
Yes, motion is to direct staff to work with Zoracis to develop a proposal for dealing with the triangle lot.
I will second that.
Okay. And would the options would possibly include an overlay district?
Whatever Zoracis thinks after going through whatever its processes makes sense.
Can somebody remind me who is on Zoracis at this moment?
Steve and Mikey?
Even Mikey.
Okay. All right.
I was pointing at you, Steve, just,
I appreciate.
Actually, from my screen, you were pointing at Steve McClary, which made no sense. But all right.
That's confusing with all the Steves.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Are you prepared for another roll call, Kelsey?
Yes, I am. Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Moving on. Trying to find the next spot in the book.
6B.
6A, no?
6A was pulled off. So now we are on 6B. Wastewater and recycled water rates study and proposed revised rates.
Yes, good evening, council. And tonight item is to adjust our wastewater and recycled water rates for our Civic Center water treatment facility project within the property owners within phase 1. Also to initiate the Prop 218 notice requirements and set a public hearing for June 28th for the final acceptance of the wastewater and recycled water rates. A little bit of background and history so I can give some of the council members some backstory on this. Back in 2017, before we completed the wastewater treatment facility, we created wastewater and recycled rates for the property owners within phase 1. The rates were developed to cover the operation and maintenance expenses. And like I mentioned, those were created back in 2017. In October 2018 is when we actually started the plant and got it up and running. After about a year or so of operating the wastewater plant, staff has noticed that the actual expenses that were needed to actually operate and maintain the facility were more than what we originally estimated. And therefore the current wastewater rates and recycled water rates weren't sufficient to cover the operation and maintenance costs. So what the city did was actually supplement the cost for that with general funds to cover the difference. Back in May of 2020, May 11th of 2020, council directed staff to postpone raising the wastewater and recycled water rates until this fiscal year, and the purpose of the adjusted wastewater and recycled water rates to account for additional revenue needed to offset the operation and maintenance cost, and to cover any general funds that were issued to cover the differences for those first 2 years we were operating the plant. So tonight I have Sanjay Gar. He's our consultant, helping us prepare the wastewater and recycled water rates. He's from Raftillus. He's going to provide us with more of a detailed presentation of the revised rates.
Thank you, Rob. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and public. I'd like to do our presentation associated with the wastewater and recycled water rates. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is our agenda for today to talk about the goals and objectives of the study, talk a little bit about the status of the financial plan, the interfund loan that's occurring right now with the general fund, and the loan payment structure about that, and then the proposed wastewater and recycled rates, and then the proposed financial plans and the next steps. Next slide, please. So the goal of the study is to develop defensible and equitable wastewater and recycled rates. We're picking this up off from the June 2020 direction that we got from City Council at the time. At the time, City Council, as Rob mentioned, decided to forgo the increase in 21 due to the pandemic that we're experiencing, and it looks like we're almost coming out of that tunnel. And we also talked about the revenue shortfall will be funded through an interfund loan that will be paid off in 3 years. The financial plan and resulting results incorporates the most recent available data that we're using. Next slide, please. So the financial plan, next slide. Discussion here is that first what we want to do is we want to understand what's the growth. So we use some jargons here. The first word we use is what we call EDU, equivalent dwelling units. One EDU represents one single family residential. Now, as we know, what we're talking about is the civic center area, and as you know, the civic center area doesn't have much residential there, mainly commercial. So the EDU takes that into account. It takes into account the different types of commercial establishment. So a larger commercial establishment will have more EDUs, a smaller one will have a smaller, and it's based on the strength and flow of that individual parcel that's used. So based on the individual parcels and the EDUs, currently you have 335.33 EDUs, as you can see in the table in fiscal year 21. There's a slight development that occurred this fiscal year of 1.91, so we want to take that into account. We're anticipating no further additional EDUs. If a further additional EDUs does occur, that would help with the financial plan of the wastewater system, but we're being conservative here and not assuming any additional. And you can see in the bottom line, 337.24 is the EDUs that we're assuming. Next slide, please. Next, we want to know what the rates are, and these are the rates that were approved that you currently have for wastewater, as you can see there, and recycled. Next slide, please. So based on the number of EDUs, based on the rates, we can actually calculate, of course, the revenue. And so we do that multiplication here. So the wastewater fund basically generates $1.6 million in 21. And then as you can see in 2022, it uptakes because of the additional EDUs. When we take that into account, there's no recycled revenues as of right now. As you know, this is a new system in place. We do have recycled rates, and we anticipate hopefully in the future that we'll be able to generate revenue from that. Next slide, please. So based on the next, so we know the revenues. So the next side of the equation when we do a financial plan is expense. We have the 21 and 22 expense based on the city's adopted and proposed budgets. Now the question is what will the budget be in 23, 24? We're assuming an escalation factor of 2.5%. This is, you know, I would say, you know, we're keeping the line here. We're not anticipating additional costs. The budget is broken into three components. One's a contract, one's a pass-through of the individual that runs the treatment plant and their costs, and then your cost, which is that $500,000. We add that together, and you can see that the cost of this wastewater treatment plant is almost $2 million. Next slide, please. So once we know the revenues, as I mentioned, we know the expense, we can now look at the financial health of this enterprise and see where we are. So the first line is the revenue, which we talked about. The second line is the expense we talked about. Then we subtract it to, and you see the net cash flow. So that net cash flow would have to come from the general fund. So if we don't do anything, each year the general fund would be drawing $350,000 to almost $450,000 in 2024. You know, we want this fund to be self-sufficient, and it should be. So the first year, the 351 occurred. That's this fiscal year. So we want to, you know, get that repayment for that amount. That was direction from the last city council meeting that we had last year. But we don't want to have any additional net cash flow in 2022 to 2024. Next slide. So now we're talking about the interfund. There are a couple of years where the general fund was used to pay off this discrepancy. So let's go to the next slide. And it's important to understand that this is a new enterprise, and when it was established, and it's a small it's a small treatment plant that serves, you know, the civic center area, but there are some challenges with estimating the cost given the size of it. And so there was a little bit of unknown when we first went into this process of trying to understand what is the actual cost. I felt like we did a good job, but we did have a little bit of a shortfall. So the general fund did provide money to the wastewater in fiscal year 19 and 2020. And based on 21, as I mentioned in the prior slide, that there's another additional shortfall of $351,000, which was direction that we got from City Council. We're suggesting is that we do a 2% interest rate for the opportunity cost of the general fund to pay for. So we go to the next slide, and it shows the different loan payments. So in first year, fiscal year 19, that's the first year that started, we were off by $100,000. And if we do a 2% interest on that $105,000, you can see it increasing to 107, 109, and 111 each year as you go across from fiscal year 19. In fiscal year 2020, we were off by 220,000. Again, that 2% interest. And then in 21, as you can see, that's at 351. That's addition. What we've done is we've added the total. And so the total loan amount that this fund has borrowed from the general fund is $700,000 basically. And so what we like to do is pay off that $700,000 over 3 years, do the 2% interest on that. And so that would be $243,000 to pay off that loan. Is there any question on this slide? I know this was the most complicated slide here. Okay, good. So everyone's good. If you have a question, please interrupt me through my presentation. Next slide, please. So the proposed rates, next slide. So what we're proposing is the current fee is $400, is to increase it to $546, then $558 and $571. $486 is just the increase from the operating cost. $60 is associated with the loan. And so after 3 years, that $60 would be gone. And then it would be more around the $500 mark. And you would reevaluate this in fiscal year 24 for the next 3 years after that. Next slide. This is the recycled rates. So one of the things is that each, as I mentioned, there is an EDU, and each customer is based on the commercial's flow of generation of wastewater flow and their strength. What we're doing is we're also giving each customer allowance of recycled water based on their wastewater flow. So if I generate 10 units of wastewater flow, I get charged 10 units of wastewater flow, but then I also get 10 units of recycled water if I decide to use it. And so that's why that tier 1 is 0, because you already paid for it. So if you want to, you can have this recycled water. And then if you go above your allowance, then you have to pay that operational cost of the recycled. And that's the next tier 2. Anyone who's outside of the assessment district, they haven't paid any capital costs. They haven't paid any operating costs. If they want that recycled water, then they should pay the true cost of that. And that's what that reflects there, the 570 and the 581 and et cetera. Next slide. So the proposed financial plan here, we can go to the next slide, please. So we have the revenues from rates. So now these are the new proposed rates that I suggested with the same EDU, same growth. You see that on line number 1. Line number 3 shows the operating expense. Line number 4 shows that debt service, the 3-year internal loan, payment. The total expense, line 5 and line 1 match. And so we're basically breaking even. Now, it's important to note that we're not developing reserves here. This is a new, I think of this as a baby in the sense that this is phase 1 of the study. There's a phase 2 and a phase 3. And as this matures and grows, one of our recommendations will be to have a reserve policy associated with this. But right now, given how young it is and economy of scales is not necessarily there, I would recommend doing that a bit later. But that is a recommendation in the future. Next slide. So next steps, next slide, is to finalize the administrative record. That's an important document that illustrates the math, the nexus, the logic behind the study. It should be on, you have the prior one on your website. There is a new version of it that should be on your website. To issue the Prop 218 notice that sets the date for the public hearing. That'll be 45 days. You would have to set that, and then conduct a hearing. We like to conduct a hearing on the June 28th. And one of the reasons we do have a little bit of a deadline here because we want to put this on the county parcel data. In order to put this on the county parcel data, we need City Council to approve it this fiscal year. So the next fiscal year, it can be put in, and then it'll be submitted to the county in August. And the last slide is my questions. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them for you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Anybody else? Bruce, I see you have I can see your hand, Bruce. You're the only person on the council I can see right now.
Thank you. Are we asking questions before public comment, or should we wait until there's public comment?
Usually it would be public comment first, and we would ask Rob and Sanjay to not leave. So
okay, so I have some questions, but I'll wait for the public.
Do we have any public comment?
We just have one speaker, so I think Rob and Sanjay can stick with us. It's Ryan.
Good. Hi, Ryan.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I want to thank the presenter for being very calm and cool about this, but an equivalent dwelling unit would be, I'm assuming, a residential property that has 2 or 3 bedrooms and maybe 2 bathrooms. And you would expect to be occupied by maybe 3 people. In this instance, I see an existing $4,800 a year charge, and that does not include any reserve component toward the cost of upgrading or rebuilding the plant. So what is actually proposed and recommended is that $400 be increased to $546 a month per dwelling unit. And I guess if you had a big house, maybe you'd have a double charge for that. So that would be well over $12,000 a year for this sewer hookup. So $12,000 a year, and we're trying to tell property owners in the Knolls to, junk their septic system and pump their sewage uphill, up the street, And once it's in the street, a network of other booster pumps to get it all eventually to go to this treatment plant. And including an upcoming option for residents in the condo complexes to join your district, if we vote to do that, and somehow get out of our state permitted operating sewage treatment plant about 15 years before its useful life is up. I don't see hope in this financial plan. The biggest question of the council is why is the sewage treatment plant double what it was proposed to cost? Why is the annual operating cost going up so much? Is it because you keep changing or adding to the scope of the contractor, and we're stuck with the same contractor and probably be stuck with them forever once they learn it and nobody else wants to bid against them. So we have a huge expense in this project and don't have a lot of users hooked up yet. But I don't see an enticement at close to $7,000 a year to get the condo owners to vote to join your district, and not actually propose to be eliminated from it and placed into tier 3, which is really the smartest thing that should happen. The recycled water rates, however, should be equal to the potable water alternative that is not preferred and we'd like to phase out. It reduces the operating costs because you don't have to inject this stuff offsite on Malibu Road and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. I guess it's up to you at this point, Bruce.
Okay, I have 2 questions which might lead to more, and I have 1 comment. First question is, do residents get a credit for recycled water they don't use, which is then being sold to somebody else?
No. So what happens is that if property owners want to use recycled water, the rate structure that we put up is that the property owners will receive the same amount of recycled water as they've produced in wastewater. So let's say a property produces, I'm gonna make it real simple and simplistic, 100 gallons. They produce in 100 gallons one day for wastewater. They get 95% of that back. It happens to be waste and other organics that happen to be in there. In the wastewater we have to pull out and kind of get. And so property owners will get that recycled water back for free. So the actual wastewater rates or the recycled water rates that we have in here are those rates that if a property owner actually exceeds their allotment of recycled water, then they'll get charged. But those charges are significantly lower than potable water.
Okay, but I understand that, but the overall scheme is created to break even, and it's on the assumption that each resident gets 95% back of what they put in. So you're not breaking even, you're actually doing better when they take less than 95% and it's available to sell to others. This is like solar energy. Why don't they get a credit for what gets sold to somebody else, which goes into the analysis?
So if we do get revenue coming in for recycled water, yeah, everyone's rates will go down accordingly to what that is.
But why not just the people that contributed to the ability to make the money as opposed to evenly distributed among everybody?
Right now the only property owners that are actually using the recycled water is the city.
Okay, I'm not sure that I should think that's not a problem, but second question, vacant parcels are not going to be charged until they're developed. Does that give them some kind of benefit from avoiding costs that are disproportionate in the early years before they come into the system? I mean, because we had a settlement with a property that wasn't included. We allowed them to come in now, and they're going to come in for free apparently. Are they getting some financial benefit from being excluded from the charge until such time as they come in?
No, they'll be still charged the same. They'll be charged a rate coming in for their wastewater rate. I mean, so I think the property that you're talking to would be in phase 2, not in phase 1. These are rates for phase 1. So these are within the property owners and within Civic Center area that are already connected into.
Okay.
So phase 2, let me just kind of jump up ahead a little bit too. In a couple years, we will be developing rates for phase 2, and we'll begin a discussion on about those properties and how everything plays out. So.
Okay. The comment I have is this piggybacks on Ryan's comment about the expenses skyrocketing. And you know, I worry that this is an OPM issue, other people's money. I hope that we're being as vigilant on the expenses as we would be if we were spending the money.
Oh, so let me kind of just, I'm sorry. So let me just kind of give a little background on that too. And the treatment plant that we have here, it is very new, very cutting edge, and we did our best to kind of estimate how much chemicals we were going to use, how much electricity was going to cost, all these factors that come into actual cost. We knew what the actual operation and maintenance, the actual contractor, what his cost was to actually operate and have the guys out there and do everything, monitor everything. It was the other parts of actually operating the plant, taking the wastewater away, hauling it, all the other stuff, we didn't have really good data yet. And so since opening it up, actually since 2019 until now, we've had really, really good data, and our expenses have been pretty consistent all the way through. We know exactly how much it's going to operate, and we know exactly how much the power is going to be. We know exactly how much fees are going to be, and all these other stuff that goes into the rate. So we have a really, really good understanding and know exactly what the expenses. And so I feel pretty confident now that making these rates that we're going to be in good shape for these next 3 years with these rates until we happen to get phase 2 get going.
Thanks, Rob.
Steve, I see you.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt Bruce. Are you finished, Bruce? Okay. And Rob answered part of my question. So the increase in cost is not a result of necessarily personnel costs. It's a result of administered or material costs to try and keep the thing going. That's what you said in the last one. That was good. That was part of my question. Yeah. The second question is, this lack of a reserve. I'm not sure. I mean, the reserve, I would guess, would be put together to enable us to do maintenance over time on this plant.
Yeah.
I mean, so based upon your experience with plants like this, how long do we have before you think we've got to start doing something to, repairs and maintenance and whatever it is? How much time do we have to do that?
Yeah, great question. And I'm used to plants that are 30, 40 years old that are coming in where, you would need to have reserves because things break and everything. Everything is really, really brand new. We have budget. We have a budget items within our rates that cover miscellaneous pumps and little things that happen that just happens that we got to replace. But major items that we have to replace, I'm thinking we would have to start doing some type of reserve probably at 5 to 7 years from now. We would have to start thinking about it, doing that. But keep in mind that the next phase of the treatment plant will do improvements to the treatment plant and kind of do things. And so that's my suggestion, in about 5-7 years to kind of start that process.
Other plants similar to this one that has got a history that supports your inclusion. Is that
right?
Fair?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's
all right. I'm done.
May I? Bruce? Can't hear you, Bruce.
No, go ahead, Paul. I have one more question, but you go.
I just wanted to say, having been on the Public Works Commission for many years, I've sat through a lot of discussions about this plant, and the the commercial areas got done first because they were willing to put up the money first. And I'd like to remind everybody that we didn't do this because we were sitting around and thought it would be a great idea to have a sewer in the Civic Center area. We're doing this because we have been forced to do this by the state, I'm sorry, the Water Quality District, is that correct?
Regional water quality.
Regional water quality. And we have a deadline that was looming on us, a no discharge deadline that will hit each of these neighborhoods in succession. So this is, I believe that we will see once the other houses start getting hooked up and actually start making use of the purple pipe water, we will no longer have to spend money to inject that clean water into our wells, for starters, which takes electricity and things like that. And with more people, more effluent going through the system, which will be enlarged, I would be surprised if we didn't pick up some efficiencies. But I think that Regional Water Quality built a beautiful system for us as far as forcing us to do this goes. So I think we really have to go forward personally. Anybody else? Bruce?
Actually,
and then Lisa afterwards.
Perfect segue to what you just said. Actually, first of all, the report, as I understood it, and I might have misunderstood it, said that there was no difference in the cost between the providing it as recycled or injecting it in the wells. Maybe I misunderstood that, or maybe it changes over time with more users. My question is this: how do residents, once they're hooked up, get the recycled water and make use of the recycled water? Is that part of the connection that's being made for the effluent, or is that an additional expense that someone has to incur if they want to be able to start doing that?
So, so every property owner, we constructed a private sewer line going all the way to their property, and then they're going to have to, if they did improvements on their properties, to take that line and connect it to their building or whatever they have. We also put in the recycled water line throughout the whole Civic Center area, and then for each parcel, we have a line going to each parcel with a dedicated meter going to their property. And so whatever uses that they want to, they just have to connect to the backside of the meter. There's some permits from the county that they have to do because since it's recycled water, but essentially everything is there for these property owners to use their recycled water.
But the property owners are going to have to incur some kind of separate expense and rigmarole to make use of the recycled water that they're supposedly getting 95% of for free.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And yeah.
And that can be significant.
A lot of them are not going to bother spending that money. And again, there's going to be a lot of recycled water available to be sold to others that the people who are supposed to get it for free aren't going to get to take advantage of. I think that needs to be looked at in the long run.
Bruce, I think the LA District 29 estimates that 70% of the water that goes through the average meter is used for landscaping. So there's another benefit if that 30% that gets used for bathing and everything else and goes to the plant and comes back is instead used towards people's irrigation needs. You will not only need to buy less water from District 29, you will also, save money significantly.
Yeah, Paul, I completely agree with that as correct. I would bet money on the fact that the vast majority of the residents are not going to bother hooking up to receiving water as opposed to just sending out waste. And as a result of that, the 95% is kind of meaningless to the vast majority of the people. And there ought to be a way to recoup that from someone else.
Well, there is. If someone does actually use more than their allotment, then they have to pay that next tier of recycled water rates.
Steve?
Does anybody in the Civic Center get recycled water today?
The city of Malibu.
The city.
Just to say, none of the commercial properties. Because I would think that, I mean, considering some of the, like take the Malibu Mark, Costas property there. I mean, he's going to generate a lot of wastewater. If sending him back recycled water, I don't know what the hell he's going to do with it all, right? Because it's all cement.
That's precisely the problem.
It's going to be interesting. When are you going to have phase 2 numbers so these people get some? When's the next meeting on that? So these residents got some idea what the hell's going on.
So our next committee meeting's on May 27th.
That's going to be for the residents?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm done.
And just to kind of go back to, I've reached out to the commercial property owners I mean, I don't know how many times to try to convince them to use the recycled water. You can lead a horse to water. You can't make him drink. Is that what it is?
Right. Something like that. Okay.
Most commercial properties don't use a whole lot of water to start with. And if a property was recently built, they have landscaping requirements that would probably push them towards using water. But as you said, Steve, the early projects that are out there, the ones that have been existing for a long time, they're not using enough water to make any difference, is what it comes down to. Lisa, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was just going to make a couple points, and one of them is that one of the benefits that all of the participants in this phase 1 of the assessment district received was the fact that we created this recycled water piece of the plant meant that we were eligible to receive grants. So we got a $9 million grant because we were able to do this environmentally beneficial component, which then the city makes use of for watering, at Bluffs Park, the ball fields that the residents enjoy, and we're not using potable water. So there is an overall benefit, and those participants did lower their assessments by virtue of the fact that we were able to receive that grant, and it's a good thing for the environment. So there's sort of that piece of it, whether or not they're making use of the recycled water on their individual properties. And it also means that, we can use it for other things. It is available for anybody who will want it in the future. And to the other point, I just wanted to say, I'm very cognizant of what these costs are, making sure that the city doesn't have to, continue to use general fund to supplement this, because it is supposed to be self-sustaining. It is a business enterprise, and all the costs are supposed to be borne by the ratepayers. I think we have a good plan in place now, and certainly when phase 2 comes online, those costs will be spread over a greater number of folks, and so they will definitely go down. I think the sort of costs of operating don't go up that much. The water coming in and out doesn't really change that. And to Steve's point, I am thinking about a reserve because I'm always want to plan for the rainy day, but I have confidence that we are now moving into phase 2 and doing continued improvements and constructions under that. And so by the time we get through with that and we get new ratepayers hooked up, then I think we can begin to look at what we need to do to start building up a reserve for future maintenance. But I'm comfortable with the schedule that Rob has been working on.
Thank you, Lisa. I see your hand, Bruce.
Thank you. So, Lisa, thank you for that explanation. That was very helpful on both parts of it. I move that we approve this.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Would you call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Uri?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you, Sanjay.
Have a good night, everyone.
All right. Now to the most fun on the agenda tonight. We have item 7A, which is the 2021-2022 Harry Borofsky Memorial Youth Commission appointments. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, we do. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you relates to the appointments of the Harry Borofsky Memorial Youth Commission. And I want to introduce Kate Gallo here. She is our Recreation Supervisor and has been the staff liaison to the commission for quite a few years. So she will present the staff report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Grisanti and members of City Council. The item before you this evening is the annual appointment of members to the Harry Borofsky Memorial Youth Commission for 2021-2022. The recruitment lasted 2 months and resulted in 25 candidates in grades 7 through 12 who successfully completed the application and filmed candidate statement process. Within the filmed candidate statements, the applicants provided their volunteer and leadership experience, involvement in school activities, and their aspirations for becoming a member of the Youth Commission. Staff's recommendation this evening is for you to appoint all 25 applicants who successfully completed both the application and filmed candidate statement process. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Katie. Is there any public comment tonight?
We don't have any speakers for this item.
Beautiful. I think this is a wonderful program that the city does. It's I look forward to the first time we get a chance to vote for a city council that has a graduate of this program on it. And I can't encourage us enough to pass this and wish them all good luck. Karen.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I want to thank Kate and Kristen and everybody involved in this program. And it's gratifying to look at the list and see a lot of kids that actually, some of them I remember when they were born. So not to sound old here or anything, but this is something great on the agenda. And I also want to acknowledge the seniors that have just graduated out of this program and all the contributions that they made. So I would like to move to accept this list of 25 applicants.
Thank you, Karen.
I'll second that motion.
Mikey just seconded the motion. Any discussion?
Impressive group of kids. I read through all the applications and it's just a great program. Thank you so much for all the work you put into it. And I echo what Karen had to say.
Thank you. Steve?
And we just need a component so that we can call on these guys to help us make some of these city council decisions.
We should throw them the whole triangle up.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, Kate, that's your first project for them. All right. So let's go ahead and pass this so that we can dump that on them. All right. That was inappropriate as hell. Can we call a question, please?
Councilmember Fair.
Excuse me, yes.
Councilmember Pearson.
Yes.
Councilmember Euring.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein.
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. Okay. Moving on to item 7B. The creation of a homeless ad hoc committee. Do we have a staff report?
Yes. So on April 26th, the City Council asked staff to bring back an item to consider establishing an ad hoc committee to address issues related to homelessness. An ad hoc committee is a temporary advisory committee composed of 2 council members who focus on a specific issue for a limited period of time. An example of this would be the school district separation ad hoc committee. Another kind of committee that could be formed is a City Council subcommittee, which also includes 2 council members, but is subject to the Brown Act. Our Administration and Finance Subcommittee is a good example of this. We currently have a homelessness working group that is comprised of approximately 10 core members who regularly participate and another 18 who have participated in the past, but not on a regular basis in the last year. The core members include representatives from the community, the people concerned, the Sheriff's Department, Sheila Keel's office, the Malibu Library, and the Community Assistance Resource Team, also known as CART. This group was originally formed after the adoption of the Homelessness Strategic Plan by the City Council in June of 2018, and their purpose was to oversee the implementation of that plan. Traditionally, the group meets about at least once a month, although more recently we've been meeting every 2 weeks, and has been open to the community ever since it was established. For those who are curious, have questions, or want to know what's going on, we invite them to participate. So this concludes my report. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Susan. I know that Mikey and Steve have been talking about this.
Public comments?
Public comment.
Public comments. I'm so sorry. How many public comments do we have?
We have 3 speakers signed up: Pamela Conley-Ulick, Marissa Coughlin, and Ryan. It appears Pamela and Marissa are no longer in the meeting, but we do have Ryan.
Well, we'll take them.
Thank you. I understand this is really a question about organizational structure. And I think Paul and I have been on various versions of committees, study groups, commissions, task forces, and that I think that this homeless issue is so prominent and so worthy, and has a very controversial component to it, that this needs to be done transparently if the city's to be involved, and to fully understand that if the city's not involved, these other groups will continue. These NGO groups, the churches, they will continue to do what their mission is to do. And so the city's either going to be a player or not. And in this case, I think it really needs to be transparent, that there has to be a posted agenda, some ability for everyone to participate, whether it be by Zoom or in person in a meeting facility coming up soon. But a 2-member ad hoc committee really doesn't cover it in this instance, and how this problem is pervading our community and many others. So I would suggest you transform this into a subcommittee of the City Council with open public meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. And now we can return to the City Council. There was I see Steve.
Yeah, I'm the one, I think the last meeting suggested we should come bring this back. And let me give you a little background. My wife is afraid to walk through Legacy Park. And she's not the only person. All right, she's got a number of friends that do the same thing. And every time she comes back from trying to walk through Legacy Park, she asks me, when are we going to have a solution for the homeless? And I tell her, I don't know. She says, are we going to have a homeless shelter in Malibu? I don't know. Where's that homeless shelter going to be located? Don't know what the answer to that either. So she says, what the heck are you doing on the city council? You don't know anything. All right. And she's right. This has been going on for a very, very long time. And her and I have talked, I mean, we've talked about homeless more than we want to talk about. And her idea was, you got to do something. So I said, okay, give me an idea what you got to do. So she said, put together some teams to make this work. And the idea was there should be a team that's dealing with the ASL. All right. There should be a team that's looking at the other alternatives outside of Malibu option. And there should be a team that's vetting Bruce's option. And those 3 teams should have a distinct set of objectives. They should have a time frame which they have to deliver. And they should get that back to back to us inside that time frame. Because I think the long game is, I don't care what we do with the homeless. We're not going to make everybody happy. And I think we owe the residents, whatever we come up with, a solution that we can say we crossed all the T's, we dotted all the I's, we checked all the boxes, and we did everything we could to understand what options were available to us. And we picked the option that's going to give us the best opportunity to deal with the issues raised by the Malibu residents and also issues that take care of the homeless. And I don't think we're going to get there under what we're doing today. So my wife's proposal was, let's do something different. Let's come up with a different structure that's going to get us those answers. And I think she's right.
I see Mikey and then Bruce.
Steve and I have talked about this a little bit, and I really appreciate him diving in and getting involved. I see finding that solution a little differently. I fear with his idea we're creating silos, and those silos, I think everyone can come up with their own recommendation on their silo, and they're going to. I don't know that that helps us achieve the goal in the most efficient way. To me, I think it should be a committee that has a series of goals that they're trying to achieve. And yes, they might splinter into subcommittees, but it's to effectively respond to the community concerns related to homeless in a number of ways. Number one, reducing homeless in Malibu. Number two, enabling the Los Angeles Sheriff Department to enforce our no camping and no parking rules. To me, number three would be reducing public safety issues and concerns, including fire danger, crime, trash, and sanitation issues. And number four, reducing the city's legal exposure experienced by other cities that have unhoused populations. So I think we have the same end goal in mind. I just worry that if we silo it too much, how are we're going to come up with three proposals, not really a solid one proposal that they feel is stronger. And maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, and maybe we're on the exact same page. I don't know. So I also, in my mind, I wonder if it's better to go with more of a task force type of makeup where the city council members are not directly involved. Because if having two of us involved, great, that makes sense. Sometimes I don't know if that's maybe the way to go here. I think maybe if we had a task force, say 10 people that the city council directs, but the city council stayed back, then we have a group of concerned citizens, some of who have been involved for a long time and some new ones that should be involved. That might be that kind of mix we need. Like if we're looking at ASL, we need people that are against it and people that like it. And the irony is, if you're involved, and some people involved for a long time, they've gone from here to here and here to there. It doesn't necessarily, you don't start one place and stay there. You learn a lot, especially when you've been involved for years. And I can attest to that. So I see it slightly different. I think we have the exact same goal. I see us setting concrete goals, concrete deadlines, and getting constant reports back. And the goals being, like I said, we need to do something to answer your question. What is it? And hitting these sort of benchmarks, reducing homelessness, enabling the sheriff to enforce, reducing public safety issues and crime, et cetera, and sanitation issues. And you know, making sure we're minding the city's legal exposure along the way. This is a very quickly changing area right now. I think Bruce brought it up earlier. It's been very quickly changing for a while, and it's tricky. There's sometimes, I can tell you, there is no perfect answer. So there's a direction we take, but, and you know, I've talked about talking with Judge Carter. Judge Carter's never looked at me and told me the exact answer. He's not going to do that because there is no one exact answer. There's what you do, and I think we can all agree on one thing: we need to do more than we're doing, as Steve just said. Those are my comments for right now.
Bruce was next, and I would like to get Karen in before I go back to you, Steve, also.
Fine.
Bruce?
Thank you, Paul. So for anyone who thinks Steve and I are always on lockstep, not here. I'm actually leaning a little, I come out a lot more where Mikey is with some further nuances, perhaps. I agree. I think that Steve setting up 3 separate groups, and Mikey calls it silos, which I think is a good way to think of it, is going to end up just with advocates for 3 different concepts that won't necessarily work with one another. People will get entrenched. The ASL group, if they decide they want to do an ASL, will have that proposal, but the other group may not like that, but they'll be in opposition with each other. Whereas if a group is looking at everything, all the options, they're going to have to hash it out, compromise, and get to a cohesive place. Just like we talk about piecemealing development. We don't want to piecemeal the homeless solution. I think we want a cohesive solution, if there is one. Susan said the way it's working now, it's open to the public. Well, that's true with one exception. It's actually not open to the members of council because of the Brown Act. So right now we've got 2 members of council who participate in this informal process. And because they participate, the law prohibits any of the others from participating. And that's I think, where part of the problem that I see with the way we're doing it now, which lends towards what Mikey talked about with a task force. I don't come out as a task force, but I come out in a similar place. Before I give you my proposals, I'll say also, it's kind of strange right now because it's kind of an official, unofficial situation. It's not a formal city council group of any sort, whether it's an ad hoc committee, a subcommittee, a commission, or something else. And yet the city has an employee who does city business as a result of what's determined by this working group. And we have, as I said, 2 city council members who aren't technically on the group as city council members, but they're there and they are city council members. And although everybody there has an equal say, also, just the dynamics are such, social dynamics are such that the members of the public who are on the group, I think, are going to be deferential at the end of the day to what the city council members have to say, because at the end of the day, when something comes before city council, they're 2/5 of the decision. So I would like to see one of the following 2 things: either a commission-like group, and this is kind of like what Mikey was saying. Maybe calling it a task force is the right thing. That would have either 5 or 10 members, with each council member appointing either 1 or 2 members, depending on the size. That way, because we're diverse in our views, you'll end up with representatives on this group that are diverse in their views, but they'll still be free agents, obviously. Alternatively, if we're going to have it as an ad hoc committee or a subcommittee, and I don't think it is properly an ad hoc committee, just like I don't think the school separation is an ad hoc committee, because it's an indefinite process. It's not a discrete process where 9 months from now it's going to be over. But so a subcommittee, I think that we need to have 2 if we're going to do a subcommittee, we need to have 2 council members who do have diverse views on where we should be headed. And I think right now the 2 members that are on there are headed in the same direction, rather than necessarily in the direction Steve or I would be in. And Paul, I have no idea where you're headed, but I think it's not helpful to have 2 committee members from council who basically are looking towards the same result. But I actually like the idea better of having residents only who are appointed by us. Presumably we'll appoint people who are like-minded, and then they can hash it out. And there's no Brown Act. I don't think there's Brown Act issues there. We couldn't participate. We would have to, I guess, all agree not to any one of us participate, because anytime someone voluntarily injects themselves into the system, it means that many less others can do so. And they would report to us, and before the city itself, the staff would do anything, it would have to come through us to approve it. It wouldn't be that they just do what this task force tells them to do. I'm not making a motion of any sort, but that's the parameters of what I'd like to
Thank
see.
you, Bruce. Thank you. Karen?
Okay. So the homeless working group had already been established when I started attending meetings, and I would describe it as a coalition of the willing, both in the council members that have been going, Mikey and myself, and the other members. That group right now is, like Susan said, maybe about a dozen people who are deeply involved, and then some other less involved people. And what I do see right now is a spectrum of opinion. Everything from, can we just put them in Lancaster, to let's do something right now, right here. And Mikey, like he said, he and I have been, we were invited to meet with Judge Carter, I don't know when that was, over a year ago, it seems like, the first time. We've met with him, was it one other time since then, or two? One. And look at his decisions are being challenged. You can read the LA Times pretty much any day and see what's happening with that. But I do think that the what I will call the silo approach is, it's just, it leaves itself open to these various teams replicating each other's efforts unnecessarily, and then maybe making assumptions and leaving other work just unaddressed. I think I have a question for Susan and Steve, our interim city manager. I realize this is early in the game for you to think about something like this, but if this were to be set up as a commission, Susan, I know there's you and Sarah right now. Do you see the capacity to, you know, as a staff member, to take up a new commission? Because I know you already have public safety.
Not without eliminating some other responsibilities, because I mean, as you know, it is time consuming. So that would be a challenge. We would need help to do that, yes.
Okay, so I realize there are several vacancies at the city. I don't know how soon any of those will be filled. I assume there's something being recruited in your department, Susan?
Not a time. What's on the table that's in the budget is a half-time fire safety liaison, so that we have 1.5 of those positions. That's the only thing that I have right now, because we have requested somebody to assist with homeless issues back at midterm budget, and then it was postponed to the special council meeting on homelessness, but it wasn't taken up at that meeting, so it's just been kind of left hanging.
Okay, so that's a question of capacity, being able to run a new commission, and that's a serious consideration. But you know, all these moving parts going on at the same time, Judge Carter's decisions, the challenges, we have had what I would consider a huge success in restricting parking on the highway and getting rid of that, you know, wall-to-wall RV thing that we've had the last year or two, and some interest in affordable housing. And I think we have to acknowledge, for all of us, the biggest issue, I believe, is the service resistant. People who, Lost Hills cannot just pick these people up and incarcerate them or hold them, especially now in light of Martin versus Boise. And those are the people that we get complaints about. I mean, I had somebody that I was talking to today about something entirely different. And she mentioned what I think we would all call the service resistant. And these are people that I think for the most part are addicts. And that's, you know, we're not immune. Everybody has them. So I think for me, it may make sense to set up another commission. I just don't know how we do that with, you know, with the budget and with the staff we have right now. So I don't know. Lisa, Susan, does anybody have any? Steve, I realize it's your first week, but you know, does anybody have any ideas there to make how to make this possible?
I saw Steve McClary raise his hand. Does that mean you're willing to weigh in on this?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna try to come up with the equivalent of a punt in the fourth quarter here. No, but seriously, and I'll try to be brief here. You know, obviously this is a huge issue. I think everybody in the room understands that this is very complex, very, very challenging. Obviously, if I can tell you if Malibu is able to come up with some solution or some way to mitigate this problem, I can guarantee you there's about 450 or 460 other cities in California that would be very interested in hearing it. But the reason why I raised my hand, I wanted to speak, was I'm getting the sense that, again, that there's a lot before the council here, and the council's trying to work through this and trying to figure out the best way to go at this point. When I first saw this on the agenda, to be honest with you, a couple weeks ago, my thought behind it, or my assumption, to be honest, was that the council wanted to appoint 2 members to an ad hoc committee just so that you can start having the conversations with on the council level, obviously with whatever you want from staff support or to help you with that process. But I thought that the assumption was that you're actually, so that the council through a ad hoc committee could develop some recommendations that would then come back to the greater council. In other words, use that ad hoc committee to be the brain for the city council for a bit and think about some options or some way that you might be able to approach this. And it might be that ultimately that ad hoc committee is going to come out and say, gee, we think we do need a commission, or whatever form that may be. So that would be my 2 cents at this point. I think you've got a lot to sort through here and try and figure out. And sometimes sometimes I think an ad hoc committee can be helpful in terms of doing some of the advanced thinking for the council, coming up with some options, and then bringing it back at a meeting where everybody can put in their 2 cents, and then again, with the idea that you develop some valuable options along the way for the council to consider, because obviously this is a very, very complex, very difficult task, and a lot of different ways that you could go with it. And I think having the council do some policy development and some policy thinking might help you get to the next step.
I'm gonna jump in and take my turn here. I'm like most of you. I've spent a lot of time talking to various constituents about their ideas and their problems as a result of the situation, how realistic any solution is going to be. I think that I've got to tell Steve that I don't think if we're going to have people each groups of people looking at only one solution, I don't think it's going to work. We're going to have to do more than one thing. And as far as the service resistant go, I think the fact that there are so many who are service resistant is what's going to make something like an ASL work. Because once you've got something set up and there are, I wouldn't be surprised if we could only fill 10 beds in an ASL. And then you can start pushing the other people along. You either get within a program and get with the program, or you have to be somewhere else. As far as, low mod income housing and stuff like that, I think that's coming. It's, we know that there's people out there trying to think about doing it in Malibu. I don't think it's going to have anything to do with the homeless, but what it's going to be is great workforce housing. I don't think that nobody I've talked to has any resistance to the idea of workforce housing in the community. the idea that we're going to have places for people with kids who would love to work in Malibu and actually be able to live here as well. And they're willing to put up with less square footage to be able to do that. And I think the key to the whole thing is to go with the task force. I was fortunate enough to serve on a water task force that was really quite educational. It wasn't hard for us to come up with a solution. Of course, what turned out to be difficult was getting District 29 to actually implement the results from the task force. But that's kind of where I am. I think we all realize there's a problem. I think we all want to solve the problem. But I'm feeling that the time is growing short. Every time I turn around, it seems like there's more people. It's great that we got most of the motorhomes. You know, nobody's staying here overnight, but there's still a bunch that come back every day. And the people who are sleeping in the bluffs, in the various parks and things like that, it just isn't what I'm comfortable with. So I had told Steve I'd get to him, and then I'll get to Bruce, and I'm hoping somebody gives us a motion. Steve?
Yeah, let me just go back. We've had a homeless task force in place for what, 4 years? 3 years, 4 years, someplace in there. And we probably spent well over $500,000. And like I started my presentation, I don't have any answers today. I don't have any answers. I don't know what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, when we're going to do it, who we're going to do it to. All right. And I'll go back to me, the homeless issue is the biggest issue we have in Malibu. Without a doubt. All right. And the individual groups, it's a option. And what I see that option giving us is having people focus on all of the things that are necessary to do that option. For example, if I'm going to do an ASL, before we do it, we got to know how much it's going to cost. We got to know where we're going to put it. We got to know how many people we're going to have to support it. We're going to have to know what we're going to do with the people that are currently feeding the homeless behind the old post office, okay? How are we going to stop that from happening if we run an ASL? Because if you're going to feed them over there, all you're doing is bringing homeless in one side, trying to drive them out of the other. The same thing takes place if we're going to look at outside Malibu options, okay, what Beverly Hills is doing. Someone's got to go through and identify where those places are, what options to take, what's it going to cost, and the same thing to Bruce's thing. Now, once you get those different buckets defined, there's no reason why we can't pick an executive committee out of each one of those three groups. And that team is responsible for reviewing all these options and giving us the best answer, whether it's one individual answer or a hybrid answer, but at least they've got details to work with. They know what they're dealing with. I mean, the problem I'm hearing, okay, is the people are leaving the task force, the ones we have, because they're saying we're doing the same thing every day. We just keep circling the wagons and we're not making any progress. So you got to find a way to get some answers and some solutions, and at least one, and if you can put them all together again, I don't know what you're going to do that's going to change the dynamic, that's going to get you those answers. That's why we suggested the three separate groups. At least gives me a chance when I get done, I know what each one's going to look like, and then from there I can pick and choose how I put them together. And and the thing was, we should have just Malibu residents working on that. It should just be residents from Malibu. We've got, if they're outside groups, we can use them as advisors that make the people from Malibu come up with the conclusions. But look, I'm just trying to move it forward, all right? Because I don't see it moving forward. And the people I talk to don't see it moving forward. And unless we come up with a way to do that, okay, that we feel comfortable, if you want to put a 10-man task force together, how are we going to make sure that we're not going to get into the same mess we're in today, where we're just running around the same mulberry bush all the time? That's,
Thank you, Steve. Bruce, and then Mikey.
Thanks, Paul. So I get the staff constraints of a commission, which is why I actually very carefully said commission-like group, or to use Mikey's term, a task force. That's fine. To Steve's point, I don't see. You never know what's going to happen, but I perceive that a formally constituted task force where we each have appointed one or two people, as opposed to the way it is now, where people just join as if they wish and leave if they wish and come in and out, is more likely to actually focus on getting the task done and on getting it done in a way that's going to, as I said, require compromise, because they're going to be appointed from different directions. Right now, the way it is you've got a large group of the people that are there are, as I perceive it, are very interested in the finding a solution to the homelessness side of it, and less interested in the other aspects of it. And it's why it goes round and round, because it's not being looked at in a holistic way. That's my perception from the outside looking in anyway. But I would like to give it a try to see what would happen if we had 5 or 10 people. And I agree, Malibu residents, not outsiders, but 5 or 10 people that we appoint who regularly report to us and are tasked with coming up with something that then comes to us for approval. We're not baking it, they are, and they're proportionally put together. Paul's point, we're getting to the merits a little bit, but Paul's point about the service resistant, and I agree, I think the vast majority are. If it turned out that you could only fill 10 beds out of the 100 plus people that are living homeless in Malibu, maybe 200 even, I think you don't need an ASL to help 10 people. You actually could focus on 10 people who are not service resistant and do better for them than an ASL. I think an ASL is just a way to look like you're solving the legal problem, frankly. It doesn't help them, it doesn't help us, and it probably doesn't even give us a basis to enforce the law. And the other thing I'll say is, Judge Carter, he seems to be becoming another boogeyman like Martin versus Boise. He's one of 20 or 30 members of the judiciary, the federal judiciary in Southern California. They appoint cases on a wheel. If a case were to come here, or even another case in another place in Southern California, he's not going to get it. The chances are he's 1 in 30. He's not going to get it. District judges disagree with each other all the time. That's why we have appellate courts, and that's why we have the U.S. Supreme Court. A decision by one district court judge in the country is almost next to meaningless, except for the people before whom that judge is ruling. And we're not that part. We're not those people. So, I mean, it's anecdotal at best to look at what Judge Carter is doing under different facts in a different city.
Thank you, Bruce. I think that was Mikey is next. And then I'm going to demand we do something because it's almost 11:30. Thank you, Mikey. You're muted. There you go.
That if you can hear me. Stick with me on this here. The reason Karen and I are involved, because no council had ever been involved, and that we're aware of in the history of the city of Malibu, as far as I know. And the group was, I guess, somewhat new when we showed up. So we showed up not to take over just because there was need, just like you want. So there was no master plan that way, just so you know. And the group was incredibly divided and still is in many ways. I have purposely backed away recently, as Susan can tell you. I've hardly gone to any meetings on purpose because I see that this was being played, that I was, manipulating the group and driving them in my personal direction. I suspect the actual answer is much more of a hybrid than we're really thinking right now. I think there's multiple ways to do things to get it done. Steve, we do have a lot of the answers, actually. A lot of this has been researched ad infinitum. There are detailed plans. A lot has been done. It's not like nothing's been done. Not at all. You just haven't been involved, to be honest, respectfully. And I understand why. New on council and et cetera. It makes sense. And things like feeding, you're right. If there's an ASL, any feeding that would happen at the ASL, not down at the old library or not the old post office. So there's been a group of serious people doing a lot of work. And a lot of them, you know, Kelly, Bill, it's not this giant ASL group. I'll tell you what the ASL group is, and you kind of know this. It's the outside agencies. It's the LASD. If you can talk to them honestly, every one of them, our sheriffs that deal with homelessness, our lieutenant, they're all like, you got to give us a tool. You've got to do something to help us. They've been begging. So the honest truth is, we could pass and get an ASL right now. I'm the one who asked us not to, out of deference to Steve and Bruce, because I don't think it's fair. And I don't think it's fair to the citizens of Malibu to ram forward something that this group's worked very hard on and has made a huge amount of progress on until the entire community's had a chance to comment on this. So I have purposely gone out of my way to make this go slower, because I don't think it would be fair otherwise to the citizens of Malibu, and certainly not to Bruce and Steve. And I think all voices need to be heard, because this is a very difficult issue. There's no perfect answer. I think Steve McClary, I don't know how to say both Steves and not, I think we're past an ad hoc now, in my personal opinion. I think we've sort of had an unofficial ad hoc by the fact that Karen and I showed up. And, you know, when I showed up, I didn't know what the group was doing. I had no idea. So you're right. I think in a way you're right. Karen and I showing up helped give the group more drive, because we said something has to happen. And now you're saying something has to happen. So we all agree. I think we're closer to agreeing than not. I see a huge problem. Among all the other huge problems, it's not being discussed. The vast majority of people in the city of Malibu have a huge lack of education on the issue. They see what they see in the press, they see it on the news. But when you're involved in this issue, for the amount of time the people on this working group have been, you learn a lot more. We've visited these locations. We've talked to a myriad of people. You know, we've spent a lot of time, and that includes, like I said, Kelly, Bill. I mean, all these people didn't start where they're at now. I guarantee you, people have been working their way to figuring this out. So I think, yeah, we got to circle the wagons to the next. This is a new city council. This city council has to circle the wagons and get this done. I totally agree with you guys. And I circle back to the right way to do it, I think, is 10 residents, city council not involved, are not, not actively involved. And we establish direct goals and deadlines. And to me, that makes sense. And now if they want to, I think once you get into it, it's hard to just work on one thing, because everything's related. That's the problem. So when you're actually involved in homelessness, there's not one thing. You know, an ASL leads to how do you feed people, and camping leads to what do you do about those issues, fire. I mean, there's all these issues that spider together. So I think a group of 10 citizens, yeah, you probably the group appoints someone as the leader, and maybe other people go, well, let me go focus on this, and I'll take these people. And hopefully it's a mixture, and whoever does what, because that's how the group's been working. And that's where we've gotten to where we are now, which is we've researched about 30 different locations in a fair amount of detail. And is it finished? No, because it can't be finished. You guys haven't been involved. Enough of the citizens of Malibu haven't been involved either. We haven't had a chance to put it all. How do we even get all this information out? We're working on, we wanted to work on a website. We wanted to make everyone could contribute their ideas and thoughts. That's where we're at now. We just got to get over that hump and push this forward. Circle the wagons, like Steve said. So that's how I see it, but we come from different places on this. I'm really, really glad that all 5 members of this council are committed and involved. I think that's what we finally needed. And I think it's the first time the city of Malibu has had that. And so I don't want to make the motion. I'll let someone else make the
Sure
motion.
sounded like there was a motion in there, though. I was about to
There is
second it.
Once again, I fear, there's people who view me as just some sort of left-wing something. I don't know what they view me as. I don't need to make the motion. You know what? I want to find solutions.
Steve, you want?
I have one question.
Yeah.
Mikey, in your task force,
yeah,
you want them to explore all three options that we have today?
Well, see, I don't see it as three options. I see how you can kind of put it as that, but you know what?
I mean, do we want them?
I think there's options. There's options on options sometimes. I think, let's put it this way. And by the way, Judge Carter, the other federal judges in the area give them all the homeless ones. That's a deal they made. So that's why he's the only name you really see in it, because that's just how they worked it out. Well, that's what's been happening, but that's another subject we don't have to worry about. But I mean, if push came to shove, like the city of LA and like other cities and other states have done, they've very quickly done a 10 city or one big 10 because they don't want to get sued. So there's other things that can happen that are unpredictable here. And this group has to look at all options. And yes, they have to recommend our path forward. But as we've seen in many, many other cities, things can change quickly.
But do we want them to consider, there's three main options.
Steve.
I want to make, I
either make a motion or you're done.
I understand what Mikey's saying. And once I do that, I can agree or disagree. I don't have
no longer have the floor, Steve.
Okay, then no,
Bruce?
I'll make a motion. I just want to make a comment though. If they are giving all these cases to Judge Carter, they're violating their published internal operating orders. Because
doesn't sound like a motion.
Okay, no, the motion is that we appoint that we create a 10-person task force, each of us appointing 2 members of it. And I think you'll be surprised. I'll appoint people that are on it already, probably. But 10 people, 2 from each member of council.
Yeah,
I'll second that motion.
Wait a second. I will say that I recommend people that have been involved or care about the issue because the catch up takes quite a while if you're just coming in for the first time. It's a lot to learn.
How about we each, with the requirement that we each appoint at least one of the current people?
Well, that probably, that's
Karen?
Hard to avoid probably, but
Karen is the only person asking to speak. So Karen?
All right, go ahead, Karen.
Okay, just a question. So we're not talking about standing up another commission. We're calling it a task force. Okay, so it sounds like if there's anybody that's been involved in the homeless working group who is already on a city commission, they would not be precluded from serving on this new, what are we calling it?
Task force.
Okay, I just want to make sure because there's at least one valuable person there that I wouldn't want to lose.
Right.
Okay, thank you. That's my
The other point I'd like to make is that this is a regional problem and there are regional solutions out there. And I don't want to just have citizens of Malibu. I think I would settle for citizens of 90265, but I've already had meetings with people from Sheila Kuehl's office and things like that about doing joint projects. This is something that would be, they've got a lot more land than we have. We should definitely consider people from outside the community, outside of the city of Malibu. Bruce?
Right, so I agree that these 10 people would confer with people outside of Malibu, but ultimately this is a Malibu decision. As Mikey was saying, we have to get our community on board. I don't want people that don't live here be part of the decision-making process as to what we're going to do. We can consult with people to find out what they think helps us or makes sense or what we're ultimately going to be required to do. But I don't think any more than we would have somebody on city council that's not a Malibu resident. We should be having people on this group that aren't from Malibu.
They're not spending our money. They're giving us their ideas and labor.
Well,
John?
Mayor Grisanti, again, good evening. Almost good morning. I just want to be clear that you are creating a body that's been appointed by the council to advise the council. You can call it whatever you want. It's most likely a Brown Act body. And number two, the direction, we'd ask that the direction be amended to ask staff to bring this back as a resolution to you, because it technically wasn't an agendized item to create a committee tonight. So we would bring that committee back at your direction within the confines of the council's motion.
So I'll
Thank
amend
you, John.
So I'll amend the motion.
Bruce?
I move that we give staff direction to come back with a proposed resolution creating a committee, which will consist of 10 people, 2 people each appointed by city council, and it can be any one each of those council members appoint. They don't have to be Malibu.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay. May we call the roll? Do we even need to?
Can I just add one last thing maybe? And should we, when that comes back, do we want to agree on what their goals are, or do we just want to leave it open?
I was actually going to ask about that because we do have a strategic plan, and that was kind of the whole task of the working group, was to implement the strategic plan, which currently doesn't involve an ASL or anything like that. It was mostly focused on encampment management and outreach. So maybe we want to just bring the goals that exist now and edit them and give them to this group. You know, I don't know.
Okay.
Right.
Lisa, I see you acting like we should really ask you a question.
You don't need to ask me a question. I'm going to ask you all a question because I think I would like a little direction, because now whether it's a task force or a commission, it is going down the road of being a Brown Act body. It's going to require a lot more work from Susan and her staff, and Susan's bucket is very full and overflowing. It is not currently in the budget. It's not going to be in the version that's going out tomorrow, but I would like to get a sense of, I can certainly bring some information back to the council at the next budget hearing about what that might be if we needed to, you know, help Susan out and add a position, and look at the costs of that. I did hear some information about American Rescue Plan dollars and some of the potential uses. The interim final guidance came out on Monday. It's 150 pages. We have not digested it all, but I have the high level. So maybe there's some way to find funding to sort of offset staff costs. That is one of the items there. So I would just ask that if you're interested, it is some information that if you give direction, we can bring back as part of our budget discussion on the 24th.
Consider yourself instructed. I think that's unanimous. So I don't think that requires a vote, does it? Mike?
I don't think so. I think the direction tonight.
How do we deal with the issue of coming up with agreeing on the goals and deadlines? How do we do that? Bruce?
That's okay. No, Bruce, go.
I'm too used to running meetings. It's hard to stop.
Yeah, and I'm falling asleep, so I need all the help I can get, Mike.
You're muted, Bruce.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for that. I would just think that would be the very first task to come back to us with the proposed goals, and we could see what we think of them. Just like the Zeracis thing earlier, first step is figure out what you want, what your options are.
Okay. Are we ready for a vote now? Kelsey?
Yeah, I'm ready to go home. I know the city councilor here is.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes, I want to thank the city council for bringing this out. I want to thank Steve for bringing this forward. Well, I vote yes.
Councilmember Farrer?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion
Can I
carries.
just take a moment and ask that we adjourn for a coming meeting as soon as possible. Something that I wrote down and now I've forgotten. That's perfect. I've lost my mind.
Motion to adjourn?
Well, we could do a motion to adjourn, and I guess I can talk to staff about whatever it is as soon as I find the note I wrote to myself earlier.
Happens
Thank
to
you.
me all the time, Paul.
All right. Can we call the roll? We have a first and second to adjourn.
Who was the second?
It must have been me. Steve made it. I seconded.
Okay. Councilmember Uri?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Motion carries. You're adjourned.
Thank you.
Adios.
Good job, council. Thank you, everybody.
Good
Thank
night.
you, staff.
We can't mess with them. Can't give a 50% variance.
There's all kinds of rules in there that